famous people. My name is host Eric. I am the host of Talking with Famous People. I've titled this stream, Let's Sigh Together. Why? Well, one reason is that I feel like sighing. What emotion is sigh inclined? Meow? There should be the name of an emotion that it says means inclined. What do you want, Trouble? I'm here. You don't want me to watch you? You just wanted to meow at me? Hello, Keisha. Good morning. How are you? So, one of the reasons that I'm sighing is I am a little bit, I guess, a little bit mad or a little bit exasperated. uh, a little bit frustrated with Rachel because last night, before I went to bed, she got all upset at me for is like, you know, earlier yesterday when we were streaming, there was the discussion of like I don't give her enough presents, and then later when I wasn't streaming, she got all mad at me for not saying she's pretty enough, which I interpret to be just exacerbated is when a problem is worth, right? Yeah, exasperated. Okay. Um, how does an ENP study? Well, the best way for an EP study is to have other people reliant on the ENP studying, like study together with other people or something. It's it's hard to make yourself study. Anyway, Rachel was just having some dopamine crash, and but the thing is when I have dopamine crash is I'm sort of starting to. I blame her, you know. I don't I don't think that it's indicative of something she's not doing that's making me feel bad. I recognize it for what it is. And I also recognize this for what it is. Like, you know, Rachel's displacing her bad feelings that link to the crash onto me and other things. Of course, there's also the claim that um, that it's not just like the dopamine crash may be what causes it to come problem topic right now, but that it's indicative of it's nevertheless indicative of some actual problem that 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 just surfaces and when she's not feeling great. doesn't surface at other times. Which is one of the sort of claims that she was making. So, anyway, I went to bed last night and then she was talking to Kami on the phone and then she went to sleep upstairs. I was kind of mad about it when I woke up this morning. I went upstairs and went into the room where she was sleeping and thought about like waking her up to talk about it, but she looked like she was out, so I just went downstairs. How does an ENTP crystallize his knowledge, belief, position? Well, it would depend on what. The thing is, you crystallize a set of. You crystallize argumentation generally, like in debate at the last speech of the debate. You're supposed to crystallize all the salient issues that the judge should consider, and nutshell it as concisely as possible. How do you do it? Well, to get better at it, you got to practice. Are we dealing with marriage issues or we're on another topic? Kick around. No, there's no marriage issues. It's just a little bit of a little bit of a frustration for me. Rachel, I think it's fair to say Rachel was being a little childish. I can be a little childish too. I get that. Yeah. I guess I need to put some of that stuff there. I'm feeling a little teeny bit of communication with the sinus. Not really with the sinus, just I can hear a little. Can an ENTP ever formulate an argument as in depth as an INTP? Sure. I mean, both ENTPs and INTPs will will do very similar work in debate. As an ENTP coach, I've coached INTPs and ENTPs both. They each have slightly different bad habits. So, like, INTPs have a bad habit of trying to spike everything out. So, like, trying to do too much, cover too much ground in a case. Like, it sometimes is a good idea in framework to spike out opponent arguments. Like, before the neg ever has a chance to speak, the AF says, the neg is likely to answer my point here with this answer. And I'm going to rebut that answer in advance so that if he makes that argument, then he's behind the 8 ball because my rebuttal's already in place and he'll have to answer my rebuttal in his next speech, which will give me a chance to get ahead on the flow, so to speak. But spiking things out is you should only rarely do it with very specific kinds of arguments because ultimately there's always a possibility that they don't make that argument. I gotta get this thing inside. Come back outside. ENTPs have a bad habit of like running with some new idea on the fly. Run what I prepped you to run. Don't have some good idea mid round, quote unquote, and decide to run with it, you know? Where is that thing? Oh, I don't know where it is. Let's sigh together, shall we? Of course, I should say that the how does NHP become the best version of himself? What does that look like? Um, well, one thing that it's gonna entail, I think, is manifesting as much consistency and reliability slash self-discipline as you can. I don't have a lot of any of that stuff, but I don't view myself as my best version of myself at all right now, you know. My neighbor grandma loves cook old food. Yeah, that's definitely a big problem for me right now is I see myself currently as very far from the best version of myself. Like far from an acceptable version of myself, really. I to be to feel good in life to feel good about myself in life, I need to be more productive than I am. And I need to exercise more self-discipline, follow through on some plans, just attain a better resonance with sensory values. In Minneapolis, an anti-ICE group went into a church and completely interrupted services. Well, that's better than rioting. Um, what's unacceptable right now is just I'm stuck in pathological demand avoidance. There's a term I heard from a guy typed. He was describing his own challenges with procrastination slash doing stuff, whatever. But I hope also taking into consideration remembering things that you've accomplished, taken care of, learned from. So discipline and consistency is what completes the ENTP. Well, that and you know you have to grow in terms of your relationship with feelings, introverted feeling. It's very important that an ENTP somehow takes stock of what matters to them, what's genuinely important to them, rather than what they feel like doing right now or something. And that's that that lies behind the difficulty with consistency and self-discipline and stuff like that. But it also lies behind what for me have ended up being my most substantial wounds in life, like regrets about not valuing and highly enough something that was actually really precious to me until it was gone, right? I, but yet I still don't have reliable transportation. I'm not going to try to get any kind of a job before I have reliable transportation. I've got all kinds of frustrations going on right now, like practical frustrations. Plus, I have the second half of the property taxes coming up that I have to pay, and anytime there's a outlay of big, decent sized outlay of funds, it stresses me out. I do have a solution to transportation problems in the works right now. Cameron's going to meet with Delilah on Wednesday to figure out like what's wrong with her car, take it to the shop, and then one way or another, I'm going to get that car, um, brought driven up here so that I can drive it, you know, sometime between next Wednesday and hopefully like a week from today. Which MBTI tends to be the best debater from those you've coached? There's ENTP, INTP, and INTJ can all be fantastic in somewhat different ways. ENTP and INTP are very similar, but INTJ, one of my best debaters ever was an INTJ. She was uniquely good um, at making me uh, focus on the most salient things. She was, and unlike the NTPs, she was super good at expressing the things I wanted expressed exactly the way I wanted them expressed. She didn't. She took the case, got all the most crystallized bits of it clear in her head, and ran it as clean as it could be run. That doesn't mean she was my best debater, because I had some very excellent debaters over the years, and the majority of my excellent debaters were NTPs. I include one ENTJ in there as well that was excellent, but she took longer to get good. Best INFJ character? Hmm. I like Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas. That's a good one. And Jack Skellington's a good ENTP character. That's a good INFJ ENTP relationship. Are you looking forward to the game tonight? What game tonight? Let me look at the ESPN and see what games are on tonight. Will you stop yelling at me? Oh, the national championship game is on tonight? This is so funny. Earlier this morning, I was thinking, who won the national championship game? Because I was like, what's the date? It's January 20th or 19th. Surely they must have played the national championship game already. No, they haven't played it yet. That's why I couldn't remember who won it, because they haven't played it yet. I know who's going to win it. I don't think Miami has much of a chance. This guy's a Scorpio. Me, I'm a Taurus. I don't know what UE 38 drops maps means. I don't know at all. So, I guess sometimes in any healthy relationship, one partner has to be one partner has to understand some of the other partners. Needs to understand that the other partner's less good moments aren't representative of any problem implicit in them, but rather that we all have bad days sometimes. Miami is fortunate to be playing at home. I don't think their home field advantage is going to be enough to overcome Indiana's advantage of being a better team. I got the super big bag of cat food this time. And it's obviously preferable if you're just thinking about when do I have to go get cat food again. But I've discovered that the downside of it is that you've got this huge bag of food you're trying to pour. And they didn't used to have this super big bag of cat food at the store before. They just had the one size smaller than that, and the smaller size than that too. But since they had it and it was on sale, it was only a little bit more than the next size smaller. I said, wow, let's go ahead and get that. I could get a scooper. That would make things a little bit easier. Feelings can be a challenge. I definitely woke up this morning mad about how shit went down last night. But this sort of thing has happened before, and it always seems to end up with Rachel apologizing and feeling bad about it and stuff. Sneak for beers. I don't want any beers. What are the top traits that excellent debaters have? What's one thing that makes them excellent? I mean, the number one thing is having a good coach. Like, if a debater has me as their coach, then I'm teaching them all the various, like, this level of arguments that apply to lots of stuff, and of course giving them this level of arguments that's specific to a topic too. But a debater can learn as fast as they can learn, but they can only learn what they're taught. And it is the case also that it's possible to coach yourself like I did, but me and my partner coached ourselves because we didn't really have a debate coach in high school. He was a speech coach. So, but that's part of the reason why I didn't really learn debate until I started coaching it, and I learned from watching rounds, talking to other coaches, having an assistant coach at some point who, when I was director of a debate school called Kudos, um, I had an assistant coach, Scott Wheeler, was who is an excellent coach, a winning coach, has national champions, stuff like that, in policy debate, and he really understood debate, all of the mechanics of it, and I picked his brain a lot, so I was able to learn everything that I didn't know from him. But I will say that the coach makes a big difference because you, the debater is going to have a certain amount of time with coach per topic, and like it makes a huge difference. When I eventually had a conflict with the boss at Kudos and got fired under false pretenses, uh, I had this elementary school debate squad that was just beast mode. They were really good. We like closed out every debate tournament in elementary, which means you get only your teams in the, like, if you have your four teams, the last four teams, then they don't even run any rounds. They just close it out. They would run it in elementary school, but anyway, I had a juggernaut squad. They fired me, replaced me with this scrub, and I immediately went, even though I had already started prepping my kids for the next tournament in the job I got fired from. I went and found a couple of elementary school kids the right age to coach, and I by the time the tournament rolled around, which wasn't very long, it was like maybe 6 weeks from when I started. Um, my new squad that I just started coaching 6 weeks before beat all my old squads that this scrub had taken over coaching, and we won the tournament. Because why? Because the coach is almost everything. Like, makes all the difference in the world. Outside the street, minus 15 Fahrenheit. I love my city. My eags are freezing. Well, you should go to the hospital. Tell them you got frozen eggs. If, if you're a presuppositional half, yeah, just recently I started hearing about that actually. And what do I have to say about it? It's complete garbage. Because, of course, for many reasons, but most importantly, um, one of the core arguments of it seems to be you can't have true knowledge about something unless the universe is fundamentally true in some way, right? Like, I can't make a claim about my hand having a ring on my hand without it being true in some way, or else it wouldn't have a truth value or something like that. But in fact, that's not the way things work at all. I barely made it last night at work. I have several herniated discs in my back. Why does my employer do? What does my employer do? Make me lift 20,000 of paint products. Sorry to hear that. New phone, who dis? So the thing is, when we make claims about stuff, sometimes those claims are predicated on some kind of axiom, right? But we can make a distinction between such claims, different things that claims are actually um, predicated on. Like, if I were to say it's wrong for you to commit adultery because the Ten Commandments say so, Well, that's predicated on the Ten Commandments being the determinate question, the determinate metric for the question of what one ought to do. So, since the Ten Commandments as authoritative moral code is predicated on God stuff, then that would be something that actually does presuppose God, right? There's a mistaken thought that somehow whatever you're arguing can't be argued without um, meeting a bunch of necessary but insufficient burdens. That's absolutely not the case. If I want to argue that we should go to Taco Bell, I don't first have to prove that we exist. Most importantly, the whole concept of Christian apologetics is that um, let's say non-believers, right? They don't. What makes an atheist distinct from a Christian? The atheist has a lack of faith. This idea that you can prove God's existence, you could say, is their attempt to get atheists to believe in God, but not by encouraging them to make some kind of leap of faith, but instead by telling them that they don't need any faith. That in fact, the only rational position is to believe that is Christianity. Oh, those sweet summer children. Things don't work like that. um, you know, faith is different. It's possible to define faith as a hamburger, but the real distinction being made by faith is one of belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. It does not mean loyalty and confidence and whatever else that guy said it meant. Also, that it requires faith to believe in anything uncertain because the difference between faith and justification, like reasoned conclusions, or having a the difference between faith and some other kind of epistemic is justification. So, like, I don't know for sure that the supermarket has cottage cheese, but I could believe that there's going to be cottage cheese there when I go to shopping, and that doesn't require faith. It does contain some uncertainty, right? Faith is uh, drawing reasonable conclusions from past experiences, present data, or whatever. That doesn't require faith. That just is having an expectation. The Gettier problem in the field of epistemology is a landmark philosophical problem concerning the understanding of descriptive knowledge. I mean, the thing is, there really aren't any big epistemological questions left unanswered as far as I'm concerned. Biggest difference between INTP and INTP? Uh, INTP, well, I mean, one thing I envy about INTPs is they have a better relationship with introverted sensing. For me, it's not a good relationship with introverted sensing. But one thing I don't envy about INTPs is they have a worse relationship, hard to believe worse than mine, but an even worse relationship with extroverted sensing. the thing is, when we make statements, sometimes they're descriptive, sometimes they're predictive, sometimes they're prescriptive, sometimes they're normative. So statements about God claim to be descriptive. I mean, they act like descriptive statements. That you're describing the way things are rather than the way thing making a prediction. In my example of like I'm going to go to the store to buy cottage cheese, it assumes cottage cheese is there. Um, I might make a descriptive statement from here that says there is cottage cheese at the store, but really what's happening there is I'm making a prediction that when I go to the store to get food, I'll be able to get cottage cheese there. So statements about the way things are somewhere other than where you are, like, I'm going to assume object permanence means yeah, still is as I left it. Those kind of statements can really be thought of as predictions because you're not describing something you're observing. You're describing a state of affairs that you assume is unchanged. Uh, with the question of God, you are trying to make a statement about the state of affairs, the way things are, but it's not something you've observed. And it's not exactly predictive either because you're not saying that you're predicting that when you pray again today, that God will still be there and responding. Uh, so whether or not that descriptive statement can be true, well, we'd have some kind of metric to validate it. But it's unlike any other question that we might argue about because we never argue about the existence of something. Like, nobody ever has a debate about whether or not uh, unicorns exist. You might have a debate about whether aliens exist, uh, but even then there'd be empirics to point to, right? Like, well, there's these UFOs. We don't know what they are. Maybe they're aliens. There's something you're referencing that has been observed. So debating the existence of something unobserved is unique to God. But most importantly, we have no idea about grand cosmological questions like how did the universe come about? Why is there life on Earth? Uh, what happens after we die? The answer to those questions, we have no idea. I'm a witch. What do you want to know? Can we take a moment for Winnie the Pooh? Sure. People tend to overcomplicate things. I mean, people, there's different ways that people engage with ideas, Like, can you fly on a broom? One thing I want to know. Do you have everything you know about MBTI in a book? No, but I should write that book. So people engage with ideas in different ways. Really, they engage with words in different ways, Filer, who came in and made this so-called transcendental argument, transcendental proof of God, uh, he was trying to bridge some gap, I guess, between people of faith and people of reason. He assumed I was an atheist because of the video I made that said it's dumb to argue about God because if you could prove God, it wouldn't require any faith. And obviously, the salient quality about religion is faith. And I also said that it also makes no sense to argue about God because it's impossible to establish the existence of something you can't define. And there's no operational definition for God. We might be able to articulate things that, minimum criteria that something must meet to, necessary but insufficient conditions to be God, but we wouldn't be able to define it operationally. Literally what I'm doing. I think witches are oddballs to show up in to familiarity. And the thing is, of course, one of the one of the misconceptions that those transcendental arguments seem to predicate themselves on is the idea that the ways that people make distinctions, such as, you know, that's a tree and that's a rock, mean that those distinctions must exist independent of humans prior to humans ever making the distinction. That, like, in fact, for us to be able to make the distinction between a tree and a rock, there must be already beforehand an implicit distinction between a tree and a rock. Of course, the fact that there are distinct physical objects in space is well, so, like, just as if I might tell you 3 + 2 = 5, and I might point to 5 oranges, it's pretty clear that the the number of oranges, the idea of quantity and ability to count and or add things together, that those are not implicit to the oranges, right? There's nothing, there's no implicit fivedness to oranges that could conceivably exist prior to humans caring about the quantity and making that distinction, right? Yeah, I have been introduced to this name, yes, Jay Dyer. Uh, and what I'm explaining here is why those kind of arguments are silly. They don't they don't actually withstand scrutiny at all. So the thing is, just as the quality of fivedness is not implicit to oranges, so too are any of the other qualities that we think make something distinct implicit to that thing. They're all distinctions that humans are making in order to communicate things. And if you're trying to say at any point that let's let's talk about a specific thing, but as it existed prior to humans ever observing it, well, that's contradictory premises. So it's just like the thing where if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, doesn't make a sound. What you're really saying is, if it is observed that a tree falls in the forest, and it is not observed that a tree falls in the forest, does it make sound? Well, anytime you have contradictory premises, whatever argumentation you're doing there is fallacious. And the reason it's fallacious is because you can always make any argument from contradictory premises valid, and also it's never sound because it follows from contradictory premises. So it's in fact the whole idea of the question of, well, do things have their distinct identities, or some is there something about them extant prior to observation, is not a is a question that has implicit in it contradictory premises. So whatever answer you have there is going to be fallacious. Humans tend to think they matter most, but it isn't true, just another part of nature. Well, I mean, it might be the case that humans think they matter most. Certainly, it's the case that humans care more about themselves than other things. And we may be just part of nature, but it doesn't mean that there aren't questions that, at least in theory, could be answered. Do I watch my lives or videos? No. I watch my videos when I make them, yeah. But I don't watch my lives. This whole chat looks AI generated ATP. Well, I know many of the people here who are regulars who are not AI. They're, hi, Chris Chapin. Um, there are a couple people I don't who are kind of new, and Dave, in theory, could be AI people, but I don't think so. I do listen to my own songs a lot more than I would consume any other kind of my own media, but uh, most of the time when I listen to music, I'm not listening to my own music. I like hits. So the thing is, when you're trying to prove, when you're trying to prove God with some kind of transcendental argument like that, what you're really doing is saying, because we can observe things that are unobserved, like, we can both observe things and have those things be unobserved, therefore God. Well, no, it doesn't work like that. Most importantly is the reality that not only does nobody need any proof to believe in God, if you were to believe in something that's proved, that thing can't be God because it doesn't require faith. And if you don't have any reasons and have faith in God, your faith is not distinct in any way from the faith of those people who do claim they have reasons, except for the fact that you don't pointlessly march down argumentational paths that lead to dead ends. Um, it's also the case that even if in some unimaginable world your proof was convincing, that wouldn't change anything in terms of people's approach towards God, reality itself, or anything. Because, like, for example, some people think the Big Bang has been proved. That doesn't mean that people start worshiping the Big Bang. It's like proving things doesn't change a person's relationship with stuff in general. Hello, salmonella is in eggs and chickens. Isn't raw milk the breastfeeding type milk? Now you can have, it just means not pasteurized. So they get cow's milk. Normally they pasteurize it to make it stay fresh longer. Get rid of any like whatever in there. But there are hippie types who like think that non-pasteurized milk is better for you or something. Yeah. Same people who think they should eat a bunch of rocks and twigs. How come breast milk's not in the stores? I don't know. I guess people just think it's gross. It used to be that women would not necessarily feed their own babies because they'd get a wet nurse. That's like, you know, a wet nurse is somebody who just, whose job it is to provide milk to babies from her boobs. But they don't really have that job anymore. Now they got formula. And I don't think adults really like to drink breast milk. Y'all gotta stop drinking raw milk for real. Raw milk never smells bad like pasteurized milk. Okay. Spitball. Balled up piece of paper with spit on it. Placed at the end of the straw. When the user blows into the straw at a nerd, the spitball hits the target. Well, why do they have to shoot it at a nerd? Maybe they should shoot it at some popular kid. Let him incur the suffering for a change. Y'all grippy for not drinking raw milk. Well, if for some reason I went to the store and all they had was raw milk and I needed to get milk, maybe I'd get it. I don't know, stuff like that always seems to be a lot more expensive too, like organic food. Am I muted? I think that's you, Mr. Kartoffel. Is it? Can everybody else hear me? Yeah. I knew a nice kid got stuff thrown at them just for being quiet. Yeah, that's I think in general schools are are a lot more on top of bullying stuff these days than they used to be, but I've got lots of really ugly memories from childhood, not necessarily involving me, but some of them maybe. Kids can be very cruel to one another. Being quiet is being muted, you bunch of silly gooses. Well, if I were muted currently, then that would mean that the sound from the live stream would be quiet, but more precisely, it would mean it would be silent. And in real life, being quiet doesn't mean you're mute necessarily. In fact, I've been wondering for a while now what happened to all the mutes. It used to be the people, you had blind, deaf, and mute people. Now, you just have blind and deaf people. That's why I began my organization, Bring Back the Mutes. Alexic is talking about you, Eric? What was she saying? You good, Unc Eric? Oh, she's not talking about me when she said doofus. And you know what? Even if she did call me a doofus, I'd be fine with that. If somebody wants to insult me by calling me a doofus, that's pretty mild. It's kind of like something you might call your little brother if you were a sibling. I don't have any siblings, unfortunately, or fortunately, but I've known some people with siblings, and I get a sense that that's kind of. You might call your sibling butt munch as well. You guys have a minute to talk about MAPPA? What's MAPPA? The Mexican American Political Association is an organization based in California that promotes the interests of Mexican Americans. Well, good for MAPPA. Maybe they would like to use my song Piñata Sombreros as their organization's theme song. Ain't no one talking about that crap. Mothers Against Penile Atrophy? I think it's the Manitoba Association of Professional Associators. Is there a playlist of your original songs? Yes, there is. It's called Host Eric's Greatest Hits. It's on the homepage of the channel. If you scroll down the main page, it's got a few different playlists there. Unc, you would have more viewers on TikTok. Okay, well, maybe that's the case, but I'm a YouTuber. Been a YouTuber for a long time now. I've got like, there's a whole lot of time and energy invested into this channel. It's got a lot of content on it. I like to have all my stuff centrally located in one place. I would love to have Talking with Central be a lot more successful than it is, but I am not particularly interested in diversifying platforms. If I had Greenland, I'm sure I'd find something to do with it. But no, I don't need it, nor do I particularly want it. Don't cry, brother, says What You Say. YouTube is for skits and yappers. I mean, I don't watch either of those things ever on YouTube. Sometimes I watch Saturday Night skits, but what I watch is, I guess I watch fairly diverse kind of display of videos. I was just watching Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities before I started streaming. It's a good channel. He's an INTP, I'm pretty sure. He makes good content. I watched one video of his last night about the likelihood of there being intelligent life in a given galaxy. You can set various, you can set the factors at various levels. Like, for example, how many habitable planets are average per star or in the habitable zone, and things like how long will a civilization last, and what percentage of planets with life will develop intelligent life, stuff like that. Am I retired? No, I'm not working right now. I'm I'm sort of on sabbatical, you could say, but I am going to start working again pretty soon. You were asking the other dude? Whoever made Earth is kind of a double. If you were to make a place, you probably would have left a stone tablet say why they made a planet. Well, the thing is, the Earth has undergone so much change over the course of its existence. There have been periods of time when huge amounts of volcanic activity and lots of molten magma and stuff. There have been periods of time where life was, yeah, and then some big extinction event happened. In fact, extinction events happened on average every 40 million years until the current moment, which is 60 million years since the last extinction event. Those kind of extinction events also would make evidence of, there's no evidence for, but there's also no evidence against the idea that maybe millions of years ago there was an advanced civilization of people that got wiped out by some extinction event, or even potentially some extinct species, intelligent species, not people. I think you need to create a new planet, The Chosen. Mariposa Annual Party Pooper Assembly? It's odd assuming a guy made the world like some religions. Well, I mean, it doesn't really seem any more odd than any other explanation we have. Like, the Big Bang's not an explanation for where things came from. It's potentially an explanation or an attempt to describe a state of affairs that occurred many billions of years ago by kind of like extrapolating backwards from current directionalities of things and so forth. But that still doesn't explain like how and why that came to be, right? There's just and like even if you accept evolution somehow as explaining things, that still doesn't explain how things came to be. Like, all right, so if we start at, let's pretend evolution explains things, we start single cell organisms and then they get more complex. But there's still no explanation for where the single cell organisms came from. And, as far as we know, it's we've never conceived any way that's possible for us to take totally inorganic things, like toss in some electricity or some whatever and have it turn out to be life. Yeah, but they humanize something which is spiritual or not understandable. Well, I think any kind of advanced understanding of God, which is to say, you're not a you're not a Dark Ages peasant who understands things very primitively. Any real understanding of God recognizes that it's a representation of agency outside of human understanding that but we only really have sentient agency understood potentially at maximum as at the human level, right? So it's kind of understandable that if you're thinking about an agent whose agency is far beyond the scope of any individual human, that people will tend to portray that agency in human terms. The something from nothing argument is used to discredit the science of the Big Bang as misunderstood the argument. No, look, I'm not trying to discredit the Big Bang as as perhaps a reasonable place to have gotten back to, right? Like, um, if you work back from where the planets are now and which direction they've been going and everything, then you conclude there's an expanding universe. Well, if you go backwards in time, it contracts, and you follow that to its logical conclusion. It's this small, ultra massive thing. That reasoning is fine, right? But that does not answer the fundamental question of how everything came to be. And I'm not saying that God's a good answer either. What I'm saying is that we don't have good answers to big cosmological questions. It's great that people want to have science answers for things, and we should all agree that only certain kinds of things qualify as legitimate explanations. But it's also fine for humans to be correct and say we don't know about core cosmological questions and that's the answer. That there may be a good, satisfying answer that's a real explanation, but we don't have it. And that's okay. We don't have to have answered every question already. I'm sure if you go to some parts of the world, Casey, they'll serve you 2-week-old yogurt. We've been aging this yogurt in our yogurt cellar for a while now. Might be a little ripe. Why did I lose that thing? I need to. Must be in a jacket pocket somewhere. Anyhow, why are we sighing? Well, the main reason I was sighing this morning is because, you know, Rachel got upset at me last night, and she was really displacing her feelings, her general bad feelings onto onto me and blaming me for being inadequate in various ways. I'm straight fibbing. I'm a straight fibbing. You can't believe a word that I say. I'm straight fibbing. Can't you be ribbing? No, I'm just fibbing. I'm a liar today. That's a good one, Acacia. That's a good one. I'm straight fibbing. It's called aged cheese when old. Yeah, if cheese is dairy, why doesn't it go bad like other dairies? Well, I don't know. It does go bad eventually. It gets moldy eventually. You can cut off the moldy parts and eat the good parts still, though. My dad would always do that. Milk from a cow is biology? I was watching this show called Falling Skies on Netflix last night, and there's a scene where this guy is like teaching a class of children, and he says biology. It means life discourse in Greek. Of course, it doesn't mean life discourse. It means life logic. In other words, the logic of living bodies. And it's important that we explain that way because it highlights the fact that it's a physics of sorts, right? That you're trying to explain the mechanisms by which biological processes work. It's not just talking about life. That's just dumb. Like geology is the logic of the earth, rocks and stuff. Anesthesiology is the logic of anesthesia. Psychology, logic of the mind. Why am I still vertical streaming? It does seem to get better traffic than horizontal still. I horizontal not that long ago, tested it out. Ology means the study of something. Yeah, okay. Ology means the study of something, but um, it doesn't mean discourse about it, right? Like, um, and the origin of the term, the logos in it is means the logic of something, which is to say an explanation of how something works, right? That's that's validated by observed data. Yeah, I did not that long ago. Nobody interested in your yeah. Nobody want to be a bigly streamer. Why aren't you sighing? I was sighing. Yeah, and my sighing. Well, I feel pretty much like settled. Like when I woke up, I was mad at Rachel because she got all mad at me last night for nothing, and then went to sleep upstairs after I went to bed. Left the whole thing unresolved, but I'm not mad anymore. Tremendous news. I thank you for informing you that you did sigh. I feel a lot better. I'm glad you feel a lot better. And if you'd like to sigh, go ahead and do so now. Gee, it is the case that I still get better traffic, vertical streaming than horizontal. And it may be the case that it doesn't matter. I'm never going to be successful anyway because nobody's interested in my meow. But even if that's the case, I'd rather stream with 12 or 15 people here than 6 or 8. So there you have it. And that's one to grow on, Mr. Sour Pants. Maybe you'll never be famous. Brad sucks. That song is really, it really resonates with me in general, and it's really well done song. It's a weird song that when you first hear it, you think like, "What's this?" But it grows on you. Come on, baby. I'm not trying to be mean, but it seems like somebody's giving up on their dreams. Brad Sucks is pretty good. He's got several songs that I like a lot, and that's quite an accomplishment to have several. Sure, he's got a lot of crap that's terrible too, but yeah, that's pretty much everybody except maybe Johnny, the Beatles. I can't find that thing. I'm watching this with two other people. We're having a tremendous time watching this stream. We are interested in. Do you mean TWFP? Um, I'm glad you're interested in it. Thank you for being here. If nobody were here to listen to my words, then I'd be sad and probably eventually quit doing this. I was, surfing YouTube last night, and I went very briefly to a stream that said, like cooking or something like that, cooking time. And there's just a lady peeling tomatoes into a bowl, and there was one person there, and I was there for a minute or two. Said that seems kind of dull to me, but I sometimes do the same thing. So do you like Paul McCartney's other stuff, like Band on the Run, etc.? He's got some good solo stuff. My favorite of his solo songs is Too Many People. Meow, 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 meow. Too many people. Meow, 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 meow. That's a good song. But he's got several good songs, including Band on the Run is fine, but Live and Let Die is a good one. Um, I know there are other Paul McCartney solo stuff that's okay too. I'd like it if Hostark had the capability of streaming in both horizontal and vertical modes. He doesn't right now. However, tons of channels are doing that now, and sure, it must help the numbers. Flaming Pie is Paul's great solo album. I'm not that familiar with the solo work. Let's see what this is. That sounds like a good song already. Right off the bat, I want to listen to a little bit of this. It's an interesting melody starting out that song. Sly and the Family Stone. It sounds like melodically it sounds way ahead of its time. How long ago is that from, this song? It was uploaded 8 years ago, but it must be older than that. Like, I don't know when they stopped making music, but like I said, G, regardless of whether it's getting me new subs, I do have more viewers when I vertically stream, and I prefer to stream to more people than fewer. And that is despite the fact that you would prefer a horizontal stream, even though you've expressed that very many times. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting me more subs. Keep in mind, G. I'm saying I do have more random people come through when I'm vertically streaming. And if you don't agree with me, don't believe that, that's fine. And it still remains the case that your input on this is not going to impact my decision making. Johnny Cat says, please don't forget to double tap the screen. Am I trans? No. Well, I'm transracial, fluidly transracial, but I'm not transsexual. Sometimes I'm transatlantic when I get really long. I arch my body, stretch across the Atlantic, touch Europe. Sometimes I'm Transylvania, which is, I made this joke some time ago. This is a joke I made up. Why are all the vampires getting sex change operations? Because they live in Transylvania. Translation. Considering that every single human started a female fetus, then yes, we are all trans. We just transitioned naturally in utero. Well, I mean, is it really true that every single human started off as a female fetus? Wouldn't it be more correct to say they started off with their sex undefined and they became male or female? Because surely they start off with a Y chromosome or not, right? If I have a penis, which one am I? I've been waiting for somebody to tell me that for a long time. Acacia says that G has earned himself a rendition of Puppy Tart Lemon Squeeze. And I think she might be right. Because we all know how much G loves that song. Um, I haven't been super into playing the guitar lately. More into playing the piano. But maybe I'll bust out a Puppy Tart for him. And say, here, I'll play this song horizontally for you. What are the reasons why I think Eve was made first? I don't know what the reasons are for you think Eve was made first. According to some Jewish book, Lilith was Adam's first wife. And she got sent away for being too uppity. Piano teacher? I'm not a piano teacher. I don't have a piano teacher either. I just have a keyboard here that I call a piano. She was too freaky in bed and made Adam feel uncomfortable. Well, purportedly, she was made the same way Adam was, out of dust, whereas Eve was made from Adam's rib. And while she may have been more, I don't know, demure or something, she also gave bad advice, like you should eat that apple. Could I play piano? Sure, I could play a little piano. Or I could just play this piano song that I wrote on the thing here without the singing part. Highlight from you get the gist. Anyway, it's got vocal part that goes over the verse. I need to figure out what I'm doing vocally over the chorus. I am going to complete this song. This is a bright spot for me in life because I've been struggling a long time to make some make a song, make some music thing that I think I'm happy with. It's difficult to it's difficult to for me to know in general like what things actually worth completing that I'm actually happy with. I'm very happy with this. Like it's not done yet, but I know I want to finish it, and I know that it's worth finishing from my perspective. So that's that's actually rather substantial progress in life because I've been stuck in kind of a musical doldrums for a long time, and it's kind of a big deal for me to be able to make music that I'm proud of and think is good. Happy music sounds like Christian rock, and sad songs are relentlessly depressing. Do you ever DJ? No, I never DJ. You had a bump when you went for it first. Um, yes, G, I know that. I'm aware that vertical streaming is not paying the same dividends it once did in terms of subs and stuff. I'm not chasing a dream. As I indicated, I prefer to have more people attending the stream than fewer, regardless of whether it generates me subs. And maybe I do want to be very successful as a YouTube channel. And maybe this isn't the way to be very successful. But neither is horizontal streaming. Drop some wisdom, my lord. Uh, never try not to let the trash pile up in your car. There's some wisdom for you. Now you're getting a billion subs. Be respectful of Eric. He doesn't need to be respectful to me. That's fine. And he's not wrong that I'd like to be a lot more successful than I am, and probably than I ever will be. But none of those things are reasons to horizontally stream. If you want to make money, there's always obituary pirate. My lord, what's a concept that just never clicked for you? Well, concepts never clicked for me. I mean, there's plenty of concepts that I negate as wrong, like, determinism, utilitarianism, evolution. Um, there are philosophy concepts that I never could resolve an answer to until until I discovered cognitive functions, and they allowed me to frame things in a certain way that certain things that didn't make sense before made sense thereafter. Certain epistemological questions, and like even with debate, cognitive functions, uh, they allowed me to it like you can break down all conceivable values that might be appealed to into expressions of one of the eight functions. You can, and that means both at the framework level and at the argumentation level. So I might make an argument that says this past example establishes is a corollary, and and we can look to that to see what kind of outcomes we're likely to get in this prescribed action because of the similarities, right? Well, appealing to the past to guide one's decision making in the present is appealing to an SI frame of reference that says previous experiences allow us to know about current decisions. Everything in debate will work like that to some extent. My lord, do not listen to the heretics in these comments. Well, thanks. I appreciate your good advice. He's already not feeling well. You shouldn't hit him when he's down. Me? Oh, I'm not feeling that bad. Uh, I don't particularly mind G's shitting on stuff. The thing is, I'm not going to be particularly impacted by whatever G says because I don't I don't like have any expectation particularly that he be fair or whatever, and I'm not dependent on his like nice interaction with me to feel one way or the other. But I'm accustomed to him shitting on stuff anyway. It's not a surprise. What else could I potentially there? I am move on. All right. Did you know the days are already getting longer? Winter solstice was in December. I know, it was. My lord, do we gather the men and march on the heretics at sunrise? You know what? I think let's just let the heretics be and play it by ear. Because there's a decent chance that because they're heretics, God will turn them all into pillars of salt. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. What are we measuring as lasting 600 seconds? It's saying that we're 600 seconds longer per day. Hydrogen peroxide smells like carbonated vinegar. You guys remember it's a holiday. Take it easy. Oh, happy Martin Luther King Day, everybody. I'm sorry. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This isn't about his father. It's about him. What's the most underrated food? Well, I don't know how underrated it is, but I'm a big fan of broccoli. I guess broccoli is the most underrated food by me. Like, I should have eaten it a lot my whole life and be eating it all the time because it's so good, but I don't really eat it that often, and I haven't historically. Brussels sprouts can be super good if they're made the right way, but if they're made the wrong way, send them back to Brussels. I don't want anything to do with them. I think the story of the day the clown died is a very interesting story. If you're not familiar with it, Jerry Lewis made this movie about the Holocaust back in the early 70s, 71, I think. And then by the time it was over, he was over making it, he decided that it shouldn't be released, that it was a terrible film. But he also had some kinds of copyright problems with the original writers of the script. What cigarettes do I smoke? I smoke Marlboro Reds, regular size. But these are called king size. I don't know if they still call it king size. I always say when I get them at the store, Marlboro Red shorts, so they know not to give me hundreds. But I think probably technically they're still called king size. It's the size of cigarette that's fit for a king. Used to smoke Camel Wides. I remember those. I think Marlboro Reds are the best smoke. I used to smoke Camels as well when I was younger, but once I started smoking Marlboro Reds, I never went back. They have a certain like chemical bite to them that no other cigarette has. Best strain? Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna say Gorilla Glue number 4. Gorilla Glue number 4 is certainly the best weed that I ever have grown. The most crazy looking, dankest, stoniest weed I've ever grown. Very distinct looking from any other strain, and a little bit stringy, but super crystally weird color. I like Durban Poison too. I was gonna just say before you said that my second thing I would point out I would name is Durban Poison. But I also have a soft spot for Northern Lights, which is when I grew weed back in college. I had like I don't remember exactly how many plants, maybe 7, maybe 10, or something like that. And only one of them was Northern Lights, and it was definitely by far the best of the ones that I grew. Although they were all pretty good. Durban Poison is one of the oldest strains. I like sativas. Some people like indicas. It depends what you like. Donkey butter is amazing. Never even heard of it. Strains that I don't like include Blue Dream and Cheese. The apothecary in my village only stocks false promises and hopes of fine art. What can I do? Do I rally the troops? Well, I guess it depends what country or state your village is in. What makes someone have a preference for one or the other? Uh, well, like, it seems to me if you're smoking indica, maybe you're somebody who wants to just smoke bowls at the end of the day before you go to bed or something, because indica has a tendency to kind of burn you out a bit more. Um, you might say it's stonier, but I think of modern indicas that have been bred expressly for high THC levels as being a little headachy. Blue Dream is mid. Yeah, I don't like it. Cheese tastes like dirt. It's like, what is this horrible strain? I mean, that's the thing. I don't like all the fact that indicas all have a bunch of OG in them. They do that because they want the indica to be as test as high as possible in terms of THC numbers. But that's not a good way to get a good strain of weed to just like try to maximize THC percentage. Sativas don't excite you. Sativas, like indicas, have a similar effect, but it's just a little less heavy. Seems like. But do you know why it's OG? Because it's the original gangster. My favorite pre rolls are Princess OG Diamond Encrusted Dog Walkers. Well, that sounds good. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to you as well, Nate V. 67. When all the weeds I've grown here, I don't think I had any pure indigos. like I had a couple of indica heavy, or more indica heavy hybrids like cherry pie. I agree with that. That was pretty good. Um, I can't even think of any other that really had a lot of indica in it. Last, not this past harvest, but the previous one, my biggest plant was Jack Herrera, and I got a lot of that stuff, and that's cool. I like the way it tastes. I like Super Jack even better, but I just grew regular Jack, and that stuff takes forever to come ripe. It's like I had harvested every other plant, and I was still going. Someone learned something from me. We just broke the fourth seal of Armageddon. What did we learn from you? Stands for ocean grown. The high salinity content in the air around the ocean causes the plant to defend itself by it does this by growing crystals. Really? I had no idea. That's surprising. Who would have thought that? It's just like when I got those mushrooms called Ghost PE. Any person would conclude it means ghost physical education. I thought, what a great name for mushrooms. Turns out the PE stood for penis envy because it was I guess, some, I don't know how they breed mushrooms, but I guess it was some variant of penis envy mushrooms. You think a person's demeanor gives any indication on what strain they might enjoy? Uh, I'm not sure. Does my lord ever roll with backwoods or blunt wraps? I do use blunt wraps sometimes. I like smoking blunts, but I rarely get blunt wraps because it's a very expensive way to get papers. You just take steroids and blue chew. What do you take the steroids for? To make yourself muscly? I've never been into working out. It's always seemed to me that, they say no pain, no gain. It's always seemed to me, but also pain, no gain. So, like, I get the fact that working out causes pain. I don't understand how it causes gain. I was never particularly good at weightlifting. In high school, one of my PE classes I had was weightlifting, and I couldn't lift very much weight. Steroids decrease your recovery time so you can work out more often. I mean, I'm going to have to start working out quite a bit before I feel the need to empower my ability to work out more often. Right now, I work out never, so I don't think I need steroids to work out more often. I could just work out once, and that would be more often. You have long levers, Eric. You're effectively lifting more weight. It's not in every single hybrid, but here's Google summary. Durban poison is a very common influential pair in modern sativa leaning hybrids, but it is not in all of them. Many other separate genetic lines dominate the market. Huh. Like Northern Lights is an old strain, but I don't know if it's a like heirloom natural strain or something. Apparently Durban poison is one of those kind of OG strains in the original gangster sense. Like it was it was as it was when we found it rather than it being bred into being what it is. Light form 5. The Neanderthal weed a little bit exists in most of us. Well, what's funny is, according to evolution and science, Neanderthals and humans are the same species because they interbred. Interesting, huh? If in fact humans interbred with Neanderthals, they were never a different species. When I was working on my friend's grow, I saw him adding salt to the newts. What the hell is that when you told me about the ocean growing? Oh, I see. It's a nice ceiling. Thanks. I got it at the Boutique Ceiling Emporium on Rodeo Drive. So give me your fanciest ceiling. They both came from Homo erectus, huh? You mean Homo erectus was also the same species? Hmm. So, hello there, Treeland T. So apparently, Brett Weinstein, who's somebody in the past, uh, I've said is not a particularly good thinker. Apparently, Brett Weinstein, who's an evolutionary scientist, I think, expressly says we don't we don't understand speciation. We don't have an explanation for it. So that was nice to hear. Did you listen to S'more? What's S'more? Well, how are we here if they weren't Homo? It just doesn't make sense. How are we here if who weren't Homo? Brett Weinstein is bastard. Well, I've also long thought he's not a good thinker, primarily because of stuff he said about politics stuff. But this guy I typed, this INTP I typed, he thinks Brett Weinstein is a good thinker, and one of his examples was that. Oh my God, it's you again! It is. Hi, Rise. Homo sapien or homosexual? Um, I don't know. You haven't seen me in like 2 years? Well, I've been here the whole time. I've been live streaming, I stream almost every day. Dude, I have no time to be in the stream for so long, but I really miss watching and chatting. This live is one of the few live streams on YouTube that doesn't feel hollow and brain rotting. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for saying so. Well, I mean, obviously, Homo sapiens are here on the planet, and they came to be in some way or another, but we don't know how. Love my chill vibe. Thanks. I appreciate it. Because there was a major extinction event 60 million years ago, which killed off most of the larger things. So humans came about somehow in that 60 million years. Speciation is just an arbitrary distinction. Species are distinct unless they can breed with each other, except when they do. Okay, well, if it is just an arbitrary extinction, then what does evolution claim to explain? It claimed, as far as I know, it claims to explain speciation. Darwin's book was called The Origin of the Species. So, in fact, if evolution says there really aren't distinct species, well, then what does it explain? I agree with you that evolution is BS. Well, the humans were almost killed off by extinction movement from vast numbers to only 2,000 individuals on the planet. When did that occur? Was that 60 million years ago? You're saying there were humans, but only 2,000 were left? Or is that more recent? What are you yapping about, Johnny? Says Rise. Not 60 million years ago, like 9,000 years ago. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm totally willing to accept that there 9,000 years ago, human population had dwindled to 2,000 people. That's fine. My point is that there definitely weren't any humans 60 million years ago as far as the archaeological fossil records shows, etc. And there was an extinction event 60 million years ago, so humans had to have evolved in the last 60 million years ago if, in fact, humans evolved, right? And they had to evolve up from basically very simple organisms in that 60 million years. Winston's mom says human ancestors in Africa were pushed to the brink of extinction around 900,000 years ago. There were 5 million people 9,000 years ago. A new technique for analyzing modern genetic data suggests pre-humans survived in group of only 1,280 individuals. Cool. Well, all that's fine, right? You're still talking about time periods well within that 60 million year mark. So the thing is, of course, if we could explain humans' existence on the planet through evolution, we'd have to be able to explain a process that advanced in complexity organisms from meow to meow in meow amount of generations. And if you try to reverse engineer something like that, it becomes pretty obvious that that's not a meaningful explanation for anything. Look, just because evolution doesn't explain speciation doesn't mean that that's an argument in favor of creationism. What I'm saying is we all would be better off if we had a real explanation to explain things. Evolution fails to meet its burden as an AF completely. It's not a theological, it's not a scientific argument either. It's it's saying it's just applying the basic rules of the universe, which is the AF has the burden to affirm. They need to make their case adequately, right? And evolution fails to make the case to explain what it claims to explain. And I am absolutely not making a theological argument. I'm saying we should treat evolution like we treat every other science theory. It needs to make predictions to validate, or we falsify that explanation. And it's conceivable that there's some genetic process that we don't yet know or can't articulate that is responsible for something like evolution, but we don't know what it is and can't articulate it, so it's not the explanation. The thing is, the rest of science marches on being wrong with no effect, right? Because the reason evolution can persist in the way that it does is that nobody's predicating any decisions on its mechanisms being correct. If it were something like an engineering thing, and somebody were predicating building a successful bridge on the idea that this will support that much weight or whatever, then obviously evolution wouldn't persist as an explanation. The only reason it does persist is because it gives people an alternate frame to creationism to ascribe purpose to stuff. Like, well, why do people have an appendix? Because at one time in our past, humans evolved this because it helped them to survive and reproduce. The thing is, of course, it's kind of just a reification fallacy that ascribes to genes some intent or interests that they don't have. But most importantly, the answer to a question that might otherwise be answered by some religious person as the reason people are like this is God created us like this so that we could employ this ability in certain ways, right? The answer with evolution is evolution created this because it was in the interests of the species to to survive and adapt and so forth. Right. Well, Rise asks points out a very critical uh, failing of evolution. Most people seem to agree that most organisms are not currently evolving, that we've reached a state of evolutionary stasis, but there's nothing implicit in the mechanism articulated by evolution that would explain what makes it start and stop, right? The idea of punctuated equilibrium even further highlights a significant problem, which is not only did we evolve over the course of just 60 million years, not 4 billion, but we evolved over the course of a lot less time than that, thanks to punctuated equilibrium, where you can go from simple creatures to very complex creatures over the course of just 10 million years, which, depending on how long a reproductive cycle is not necessarily a ton of generations. The reason punctuated equilibrium is the prevailing theory is because the fossil record falsified the previous explanation, which is gradualism. So, punctuated equilibrium is fundamentally begging the question, right? It's saying, well, let's look at the fossil record to test our evolutionary theory that says the reason we don't see evolution happening is it takes very long time, very slowly, or 4 billion years. And then that's falsified by the fossil record in the Cambrian explosion. And so the thing to do then is to falsify the theory. It's not to say, well, but evolution must be right. So I guess evolution just starts and stops, goes real fast for a little while and then stops. And we're not really sure why. There's no reason provided except that, well, there were available niches to be filled. Once they get filled, things stop evolving. Okay, but no, it's not proof of the fossil record, right? The fossil record is not proof of evolution. Evolution purports to explain the fossil record. It's not proved by the fossil record. It purports to be the intuitive, obvious explanation for a fossil record that appears to be branching and increasing in complexity. And that's true. The fossil record appears to be branching and increasing in complexity, but it is not proof of evolution. Evolution is an explanation of that. Do I know why the Tyrannosaurus Rex's arms are so small? No, I don't. I'm not saying there should always every possible conceivable space in a fossil record between things should be filled by something. I've never made that argument that evolution is disproved by the absence of intermediate species in the fossil record. But what I have pointed out is that if we did understand the mechanism of evolution, we'd be able to replicate it because we have species with short enough lifespans and reproduction cycles that, over 70,000 generations of fruit flies, we should be able to make something that's not a fruit fly anymore. Additionally, it's it is definitely the case that if, in fact, mutation drove evolution, that species with larger populations would have more genetic diversity within their genome than species with smaller populations. There is not, we do not see that at all. There's not some sort of proportional increase in genetic diversity with increased population. So, if in fact periodically occurring random mutations were driving change, then populations with greater numbers of individuals would be more genetically diverse. The theory about Tyrannosaurus rex, his arms in a feeding frenzy. Apparently, the arms would get chewed off in a massive feeding frenzy if they had longer arms. Right. So, in order to imagine that their short arms evolved for that reason, we have to imagine that there was a population of Tyrannosaurus rexes with varying lengths of arms, and all the long armed ones died from having their arms chopped off in feeding frenzies, whereas the short armed ones survived and bred, and pretty soon there were only short armed Tyrannosaurus rexes. But you'll note that that doesn't involve any mutation. It's just selecting some population's expression of the genome against some other population's expression of the same genome. So it's one of the beautiful things about language. We don't have to, we can accomplish amazing things intellectually with just thought experiments. That's how Einstein came up with the theory of relativity, just thought experiments, just definitional work. If we hypothesize this scenario and evaluate these things, what's the status of these various statements accordingly? And he came up just purely with intuition and reason, came up with the theory of relativity. No empirics at all. Not a shred of empirics were needed. And that's what's happening here with evolution. There are plenty of empirics to reference, but we can falsify it definitively purely with intellectual work. Like, if this is the case, then this would be the case. This is not the case, therefore that's not the case, you know? And Fly Guy, you seem to think it's important that religious people sometimes make the same arguments I'm making or something. It doesn't matter who makes any kind of argument at all. It doesn't matter what population of people a given position purportedly, is on their side or not. None of those things matter at all. They're totally irrelevant. The only things that are relevant are things that allow us to validate or falsify the central claims of evolution. The things that are relevant are the burdens that evolution must meet to qualify as an adequate explanation. And again, for the millionth time, my correct position on evolution is not an affirmation of creationism, okay? I do not ascribe to creationism as an explanation at all. It's just as much a non-explanation as evolution is. The only reason the majority of people in science carry on as though evolution were a fact is that they're not predicating any work on it actually being correct. If a if a scientist was predicating this, I don't know, this medical gene therapy treatment on being able to evolve a fruit fly into a cockroach, well, then it wouldn't be carrying on as though it were true. And yes, it is the case that almost always, when you have broad consensus in the scientific community about something, that the person who's trying to say, call it into question or challenge it or negate it or whatever, is full of shit. That they've got lots of great minds out there doing real work on the subject, and lots of good reasons that people have independently validated to justify the predominance of a given explanation or a given position on a question of some sort, right? Almost always the the majority of this the majority of smart people doing intellectual work are going to be right, obviously. And the rebel outsider who's claiming that they're full of shit is himself going to be full of shit. Almost always. Not in this instance. So yeah, am I saying that all these smart people who assume evolution explains where species come from are wrong? Yes, I'm saying that. Am I saying that the majority of the scientific population in the world, and the biologists and stuff, that when they say evolution, are they wrong? Yes, I am saying that. And if they weren't wrong, they'd be able to win the argument, which they can't. Flintstone gummies, huh? Did you see the fallen bombs? Did you know that the French have used exact DNA to remake ancient tribes peoples? People world's gone mad. I did not know that, no. The French have used DNA locked inside mosquitoes. So they Jurassic Parked like hunter-gatherer people or something? Seems ethically questionable. Do they make babies out of it or something? Everyone knows the Earth isn't flat. Even the people who claim that it is flat, I can prove that it's not flat right now in this very camera. Right. Well, the people who argue in favor of flat Earth, they're not really uh, they're not really making any kind of affirmation. Generally, it's representative not of a failure to understand. It's representative of a deep distrust of authority and and a belief in I mean, Fly Guy, I've always fared well. Nobody has ever been convincing at all in arguing with me about evolution. Probably the people you watch arguing about evolution, the argument comes down to arguments about creationism, where the evolutionist is saying creationism is falsified. We don't have a young Earth. The fossil record shows that humans and dinosaurs didn't coexist, etc. Right? I'm not disputing any of that stuff. Obviously, we don't have a young Earth. If the fossil record says humans and dinosaurs didn't coexist, then I'm perfectly fine accepting that as the position on the matter. It's not a theological bias. I've, I've made that very clear many times, Fly Guy. I don't think that God is an explanation for anything. I don't treat God like an explanation. I I may be Christian, but I don't think others should be necessarily. I have no idea what they should be. I consider it a magical thinking frame that I utilize for the appropriate kind of things. Like, I'll pray for forgiveness. I'll thank God for my blessings. Sometimes I'll ask Him to help me have courage or something like that. That's what God is for. God is not for an explanation. If you're thinking that the reason I'm opposing evolution is because deep down somehow I think God made everything, you are absolutely wrong. I'm not looking for a God centric answer to any question that is worth analyzing because that's not what religion and God and faith are for. They're not for understanding things. Flat earthers aren't necessarily dumb or uneducated. What they are is they've got weak intuition. So they they are guilty of a lot of fundamental attribution bias that assumes that there's somebody behind the scenes who's intending things to be certain ways and trying to manipulate the population, trying to lie to people so that they have the wrong information. basically, a flat earther is somebody who believes a lot in they're trying to hide whatever from us, you know. I am interested in refining the idea. I still do refine it, you know, like uh, every time I encounter a new piece of information about the subject, I evaluate it and apply it accordingly. For example, I just learned the other day that that punctuated equilibrium, the existing predominant explanation for evolution during punctuated equilibrium, is is genetic drift. It's not even mutation-driven evolution. And there's a lot of debate among evolutionists if genetic drift is adequate to explain this. So the thing is, obviously, genetic drift is not adequate to explain that. And even if it, even if you did see genetic change by a genetic drift, it wouldn't. It could only possibly occur in populations under like 100 because of the math of it. And anyway, all the other thing is what drives me to refine an argument is for somebody to make a good point at some point, right? Like say, I actually do have a rebuttal for this thing you're saying, Eric, and here it is. And for me to go, I hadn't thought about that or encountered that before. That would help me refine my arguments by allowing me to excise arguments that don't withstand scrutiny and or to come up with an adequate answer to their point and or say, well, I didn't believe in evolution because nobody had ever explained this to me, but this actually makes sense. I can't do any of those things until somebody wins a point. Until that happens, my arguments are all standing on the flow and they win the round. This is going on while I'm here sighing all by myself. I'm sighing too. Bayes' theorem at work? I don't know what Bayes' theorem is. Will Donald Trump turn the gas off and the job is done with Europe? I don't know what Donald Trump's going to do. I'm sighing with you, chemical feeling. The only reason I joined, I wanted company while I sighed. Fair enough. You too have a great day, light form. I hope you have wonderful experiences in all of your activities. I mean, and that kind of gets to my core frustration in life on YouTube, whatever, is that it doesn't matter how well I explain things or how definitively a given argument chain is determined by something or how or whether anybody has any rebuttals to anything I'm saying, it still doesn't convince people. Because people aren't using the same kind of ways that I am to determine things. So, you know, I'm sure Fly Guy thinks I may not have an answer to all of this, but there is an answer that somebody else has, and they could win this argument with their. He might think that. We might think something like this, which is like, oh, we don't have all the details worked out yet, but still we can conclude evolution. In that instance, it's like there's kind of a certain avoidance of the fact that these arguments I'm making are determinate on the question of whether that's a mechanism that's working here. And so it's not like, and it's not like you can, it's not like you can still claim to have an explanation without articulating a definitive mechanism. that that you can you can test and validate and stuff, you know. But I don't know. He's he's not approaching the question with a negationary mindset. So he affirms it. And I don't know what to do about that. Like, to me, it seems that once I've successfully explained what I'm saying and people understand it, that that would be the end of anybody affirming evolution. But it's not. And, you know, he's comparing reasonings that I'm providing with reasoning he heard in some debate between some religious person and an evolutionist, and noting that some of those arguments are the same and saying, ergo, they're invalidated because religious people use them. Well, that's the other main reason why evolution persists as a bullshit non-explanation, is that tons of people think it's a decision between evolution and creationism rather than treating evolution like a real science theory and saying, does this explain what it purports to explain? And general also uh, low ambiguity tolerance by the population at large. Most people don't like having the answer we don't know, and they prefer to have a wrong answer that lets them feel as though the question is answered than to have the correct answer, which is we don't know. Have I ever The biochemist genetic drift happens a lot based on the specific organisms, regrowth rate, total time, bacteria, and small birds repopulate quickly, so mutations add up quickly with versus larger animals slowly. Okay, well, so then would you say that larger populations of small organisms have greater genetic diversity than smaller populations of small organisms? Because that's not the case. And maybe it is the case that smaller organisms are more subject to mutation, but we still have to deal with the fact that there really aren't positive mutations. That's why we have the neutral and nearly neutral theories of evolution. And we still have to deal with the reality that even if mutations do happen quickly in smaller organisms, that's not a that's not an explanation for why evolution stops happening and Mia species hasn't changed evolutionarily in 180 million years or whatever, or 40 million years or 10 million years. So, if indeed mutation occurs and piles up in smaller species, and genetic drift occurs, and presumably you've got instances of founders effect and genetic bottlenecks happening all the time, then why does it stop? We still have populations of species spread out around the world in isolated pockets with different environmental pressures, and presumably they still have the same rate of mutation as they've always had. So, why has evolution stopped? Joe Rogan and Andrew Tate. I mean, I've never listened to Andrew Tate. I've heard some Joe Rogan, but I know that Andrew Tate is not is not a good guy as far as from what I can tell. I've never listened to him, but I guess he's kind of one of those He-Man Women Hater Club people. No, I'm not saying because I can't explain every facet of gravity, I shouldn't believe in it. First of all, as far as gravity goes, from my understanding, It's not even a force, it's just the consequence of distorted space-time. But regardless, the thing about it's more like saying that because we've never been on a comet, we should say that comets don't exist. The thing is, evolution claims to explain something, right? It it claims to explain something that we observe in the status quo. It makes claims about how that came to be. Well, it doesn't really make claims about how that came to be. It claims to answer the question of how that came to be. And it says that species come from a single ancestor, essentially. That you can see commonalities in the genetics of all creatures. They share some DNA, etc. And there's this branching fossil record that shows a move towards increased complexity. So naturally, one would intuit that some kind of evolution occurred where one species became more than one species, and that those species also differentiated until you have what you see, right? Makes good intuitive sense. It's a good intuitive jump to make. But the thing is, evolution doesn't claim to be an intuitively resonant explanation of observed phenomena. It claims to be a scientifically validated explanation of where species come from. But when we actually do the validations, we don't validate, we falsify consistently, without exception. When we look at selection as it actually works in the world, it selects against deviation from a genome, not in favor of it. If you were to let go of all the dogs, you'd be left eventually with some sort of middle dog, and all the deviations from the mean would be killed off. We have examples of the genome of, say, humans changing, but it's always in ways that make it sicker. So some mutation is nearly neutral, but bad for people a little bit, can make it into the genome and stay there because it doesn't kill off the person that has that mutation. What we never see and have never seen is somebody mutated in a way that actually could could even conceivably provide some benefit that was sufficient enough to empower their reproductive survival abilities and make them substantially better than their species mates in a way that allows them to take over the genome with their new magic superpower gene. It just doesn't make any sense, right? Additionally, if you try to reverse engineer any species evolving from a previous species in the time frames allotted, it becomes laughably absurd the sequence and kinds of changes you'd have to see occurring. They have to evolve this gene, then this gene, then this gene, and somehow mate with others of its species that also their offspring include the new genes, but not the old genes or something. It's insane. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't do any of the things an explanation should do. So if evolution explains speciation, it would be able to tell me how long it took this to evolve from this, and the number, or approximately some explanation of how many genetic changes occurred. There's no genetic clock. In fact, what we see from the fossil record are varying times of purported evolution occurring, and just an abject failure on the part of evolutionary scientists to do their fucking job, right? If I'm going to try to, if I purport to explain something to you, like I'm explaining here, the many failures of evolution, I actually have to do that explanation in ways that make sense, right? I have to refer to specific things, explain what prediction it would make and why that prediction's not seen, etc. Evolution needs to do at least as good a job as I am doing negating of affirming what it claims to be an explanation for a grand cosmological question, like where we all came from. If a person is born like a bowling pin, blind, deaf, what language would their thoughts be? Presumably they wouldn't have any language. There's a lot of questions about whether Helen Keller actually had any language or had sign language or anything. Well, it is true that humans do a good job, an excellent job even, of taking things that are already in a species genome and selecting purposefully in favor of those things. And then you see, you can see them, making certain traits be predominant. You might have a smell hound, like a bloodhound, versus a sight hound or something like that. The thing is, that differentiation does not stem from mutation, right? It stems from the fact that within a given genome, there's adaptability and plasticity. So that a species might be selected in favor of this expression, this phenotype of the genome, or this phenotype of the genome, and then go back to the other one, depending on changing environmental pressures. Nobody's trying to claim that genetics don't exist. Mendel and his P's are correct. And we can indeed, as humans, induce a lot of change in species that we intentionally breed. And human selection is indeed way more powerful than natural selection could ever be, because we can select for things that aren't linked directly to survival / reproduction if left unmolested, right? The problem is this. There's fundamentally no explanation for increased complexity. There's no explanation for actual speciation, right? So we can see how, yes, humans can select certain things from dogs, but not only are Chihuahuas able to interbreed with Great Danes still, they're still able to interbreed with wolves. They're all the same species. So it's also the case that when you're talking about viruses, that's by and large the best evidence of evolution that we can point to. Because it's definitely the case that viruses develop resistance to antibiotics and stuff like that. But what they never do is evolve into something other than viruses. So it's still just an example of what I'm explaining. Also, I will concede that when it comes to understanding how evolutionary arguments might work with non-sexual reproduction things, fungus, plants that are asexual, or both sexes or whatever, I'm not particularly well versed in arguments about those kinds of things. And a lot of my arguments about evolution assume sexual reproduction. And so the thing is, we don't need to disprove evolution for all manner of reproduction. Just for one is sufficient to disprove the theory. So how do I feel about dinosaurs being around for far longer than humans and animals? If that's what the fossil record shows, then it seems fine with me. Where do mammals come from? I have no idea. You're not a dinosaur. I don't have an alternate explanation for where species come from. What I have is the correct answer. We don't know. We know it's not evolution, but we don't know what it is. Don't lie to the poor dinosaur. Fair enough. And it's important to remember also what it looks like when an explanation is correct. So once again, let's go back to relativity. Einstein's theory of relativity started off as just intuition and reasoning. Same thing with evolution. Started off as a sensible, intuitive conclusion to reach, provided we could establish positive mutations occur and are selected for because of increased reproductive success, possibly because they're more likely to survive. It's a perfectly good intuitive leap to make given what Darwin was looking at, right? So Einstein made some intuitive leaps, Darwin made some intuitive leaps. Now let's see what happens afterwards. Einstein's theory made a bunch of predictions. Darwin's theory, one can infer a bunch of predictions from his mechanism as well. Einstein's theory, gradually technology developed such that certain predictions could be tested. Each and every single one of them validated. And in fact, to the extent that anything would seem to falsify relativity or not apply, it doesn't even falsify it because it turns out it's in its own frame. Like quantum mechanics is not consistent with relativity, but it's not. It's only for things at this level of size rather than normal things, right? So, and indeed, similarly with Newtonian physics, if you're doing certain kinds of calculations within a certain frame, it works fine. Relativity works within its frame fine. It's been validated in every single test since it was made, and it hasn't changed at all. Einstein was wrong about certain things, but what he was wrong about was quantum mechanics, and that doesn't even falsify relativity at all. So now let's look at evolution. We started off with Darwin's gradualism and positive mutations and sexual selection, and each component of that was falsified. Gradualism was falsified by a fossil record that shows myriad extinction events. Positive mutations were falsified by the fact that we don't see positive mutations. We see only negative, neutral, or nearly neutral mutations. And selection, natural selection, what we see all the time is selection pushing things back towards the genomic mean, not the other way around. So things have been falsified repeatedly. Normally what we do is say, okay, that's not the explanation, let's look for something else. In this instance, what we said was, oh, gradualism is bullshit because of the fossil record? So they didn't have 4 billion years to evolve? What, they only had 10 million years? Okay, well then punctuated equilibrium. What? Positive mutations don't really occur? Okay, well then the neutral theory of evolution. What? Selection pushes things back towards the genomic mean? Okay, then genetic drift. That's not what it looks like when an explanation actually explains things. That's what it looks like when you've got a geocentric solar system that the church insists comprises nothing but perfect concentric circles. You've got a thing that's scrambling to come up with extra bullshit levels of complexity to try to keep the core tenet of something that's fundamentally false. That's just the truth. People don't like this because I get it. For a good chunk of my life, I also assumed evolution explained things. I took it in college. I didn't really get it, but didn't really care. Just continued to think, well, how did species come about? Where did people come from? Evolution. Probably I thought that because I too was under the mistaken impression that if I that the only people who didn't believe in evolution were religious fundamentalists or something. I was probably trapped in a mindset that said, I've got this alternative or this alternative to explain things, and also in the mindset where I don't care about thinking about this a whole lot to try to figure it out or anything. I get the gist of it. Things mutate, blah, 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 blah. This stuff in class, I heard a punctuated equilibrium. Well, whatever. I just didn't care about any contradictions I heard or didn't really think about them or whatever. It wasn't until, I don't know, in my 40s probably, that I had some, read something about evolution. I had some question about it, like, well, how does that work? Started searching about it, Googling it and stuff, researching it. And that's when I realized, oh my God, this is all bullshit. This is complete bullshit. I, I was as shocked as anybody would be, right? Like, I did not expect when I started researching it to find out that it's bullshit. I expected to get answers to my questions. Because, if it were a real theory, that's what would have happened. I would have gotten answers to my questions that made sense. I'm not a stupid person. I can understand explanations. I can understand even fairly complicated explanations for things. But I am also, and I'm absolutely elite at evaluating cases and whether or not they withstand scrutiny, meet their burdens, do the job they're supposed to do. An explanation, a science explanation, doesn't have to be complete, comprehensive to be warranted as the answer to something. It does have to be warranted, though, by something other than its incompleteness. And fundamentally, there's a difference between something that's an incomplete in progress explanation and something that's an attempt to salvage. It's fundamentally a sunk cost fallacy. Like, evolution is dead already as an explanation. Further work trying to squirm around finding little other possibilities that could allow you to keep the word evolution while the entirety of what it means has changed. That is not that is not time well spent, and it's not going to accomplish anything. What we should do instead is try to figure out the actual explanation for where species come from. You know, that would be great. What we do know is that if we had an actual explanation, it would explain why species don't, why and how species are, species is a hard set limit. I used this analogy before. As a human being, I can change my body somewhat. I can get bigger muscles by working out, I can lose weight, whatever. But no matter how much particular stuff I do, no matter how much flapping my arms, I can never turn them into wings. Now, you might say, well, that's not how speciation occurs, obviously. True. But what I'm saying is that in life, we have things that have distinct identities. And that distinct identity has some plasticity to it. A distinct identity can express in a variety of manifestations. It can change over time to some extent, but it can never change so much that it's a different identity. Species are like that. Individuals within a species can change. The expression of the species can look different in different time periods as individual expressions of the species are selected in favor of these kinds of expressions versus those kinds of expressions. But the species, no individual will ever be born to that species that's not of that species. And, like, for example, once you have a species that came about somehow, that's got, 8 chromosomes and these kind of alleles and this genomic signature, it will never have any babies down the line of all of its ancestry who somehow have 9 chromosomes. That will never happen. There are myriad problems with evolution and many things that are determinate to eliminate it as an explanation right away. Foremost, the idea that if we have a operational definition of species, it immediately eliminates the possibility of evolution. If in fact a species is that which gives birth to another of its own kind when mating with another of its own kind, then there's no definitionally there's no way it could change what species it is. So before we even get started, like discussing the thing, if you don't want that definition of species, then the only other reasonable definition of species is an individual with a specific genomic signature that you lay out and say, this is the map of the genome of that species. If natural selection and evolution favors efficiency, why haven't we found a fossil that bypasses metabolic cost by breathing through its own future memories rather than existing in the present? I like that. That's a good question. Humans are hybrid animals. I mean, it seems weird to think that humans even are are native to this planet in some sense because we're so ill-equipped to be outside. Yeah. If people had to go around naked all the time and live outside all the time, well, people would just freeze to death, be constantly sunburned. Seems like humans get sick a lot too. Like why do humans get colds and the flu and stuff, but your cat and dog never get a cold? So, you know, like presumably one would say that having a beard evolved because it keeps your face warmer or something. But if having a beard evolves to keep your face warm, then why don't women have beards? Number one. And number two, then why does it do such a shitty job of keeping your face warm? Number three, why don't we have hair all over us to keep us warm? I don't know. It's just so, it just provides such pat and unsatisfying answers to things. You know, you have evolutionary psychologists like Jordan Peterson who say that they're doing meaningful work in psychology by explaining why people are the way they are by saying that it was advantageous in some previous incarnation of people a long time ago. Mostly always hunter gatherers who, as far as I can tell from the analogies or from the explanations, are just humans, but from a long time ago. Like the best example I have is Jordan Peterson one time was asked in one of his classes in a lecture, why do people why are people more likely to buy things from an advertisement if it has red in it? And his answer was ripe fruit. Because a long time ago, when hunter gatherers presumably were around, there was a benefit to being able to see ripe fruit. And ergo, people are influenced to buy things when they see the color red. Now, of course, it is the case that presumably all those hunter gatherers could already see red. It was just the ones who were influenced to do something by it who were selected in favor of. But it makes absolutely no sense if you think about it for 1 second, right? Like most ripe fruit isn't red. Most food that hunter gatherers are going to eat won't be ripe fruit. And people, a variety of hunter gatherers who all see red fruit, some of whom are more motivated to get it than others, is not going to be selected in favor of because they'll still all get to eat the fruit. Even if they don't all get to eat fruit, even if these particular hunter gatherers do have the benefit of more fruit somehow than the other ones, that would have to translate directly to a substantial advantage in sexual selection for that particular gene to be selected in favor of and enter the genome broadly enough for people in general to be more likely to buy things from an ad because a long time ago someone benefited from being more influenced to act when they saw ripe fruit. It's completely fucking garbage, right? It's complete garbage. But that's the sort of thing that evolution does. That's the sort of garbage it creates. It creates this feeling that people have that they know why. It's filling the same role as religion, exactly the same role. People don't like to feel as though they don't know why things are the way they are, how they came to be this way. And so Jordan Peterson says, ripe fruit, and everyone goes, ah, finally, I have a good explanation as to why people are the way they are. Because being that way helps some hunter gatherer eat more fruit. And that's the fundamental problem I have when talking about evolution is everybody wants to feel as though they understand why, how. That we have an answer to a question that we don't actually have an answer to. People have low ambiguity tolerance. I mean, I guess there's nothing really ambiguous about we don't know. It's just people like to have answers to things. I don't know just feels like you're still waiting for somebody to answer it. Well, unfortunately, that's exactly what we're doing. We're still waiting. One problem is that it's very unlikely to be answered well as long as the vast majority of professionals who might answer the question successfully in some way are convinced it's already been answered. His eyebrows participate in the argument independently. Dopamine is a drug. His eyes. Jordan Peterson does not finish sentences, he releases them. What about dolphins? They evolved on land and then moved to the ocean. They're one of the few animals that rape amongst other uniquely human things. I mean, that's one of those weird things that, like, ocean mammals purportedly came into the ocean from the land, which means first they evolved into a land animal from an ocean animal, and then they evolved back into an ocean animal from a land animal. If you try to imagine how some land animal, some proto dolphin, evolved into a dolphin, the absurdity of the thing becomes evident immediately. You got some creature that's got four legs walking around on land, and somehow, because it's advantageous for them to swim better, they start giving birth to babies with fins and stuff. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's there's also the necessary but insufficient condition argument, which is there are way too many things that if you that you can't conceive of a way that it could evolve bit by bit, because until it's complete, it's useless. Like, how does something evolve a four-chambered heart? One chamber at a time? It's got to be fully functional, or it's not useful at all, right? Like, you can easily enough imagine somebody putting together a non-biological thing bit by bit. It doesn't matter in that instance if they build the heart out of four separate pieces and glue it together and put it in the chest. It's a wooden replica of a biological creature, and it's not necessary for the heart to be fully functional and complete before the person puts it into the mannequin, right? It's not conceivable to imagine that with biological creatures. You can't have a creature that's a water breather, that's born with the beginning of lungs that don't do anything yet, and imagine somehow a process whereby that gets selected for, and then the next piece of the puzzle comes in and that gets selected for, and then all the pieces come in gradually one at a time until finally the lungs are actually functional. There's no reason to select for any of those states prior to full functionality. You know what I mean? It's so just think about it, right? Just think about it. Try to imagine how this thing evolved from this thing through a succession of random positive mutations that are selected in favor of, regardless of whether they have any actual benefit in their current expression. How does that work? It's inconceivable that anybody could think that's an explanation for where species came from. It just doesn't make any sense. And if and I can point out, and I have pointed out many different ways in which it doesn't make sense. It's not just like, well, there's a possible hole here. It's not like cherry picking and saying, um, despite all of these other things validating, here's this one thing that we're not sure about, and therefore I have doubts about this thing. It's not like that at all. What I'm saying is, everywhere you look, it doesn't make sense. The only place it does make sense is if you only look at it intuitively. If you're looking at, say, a bunch of variants of finches filling in certain niches, or you're looking at a branching fossil record that shows increased complexity, it's a fine intuitive leap to make that, hey, look, since there used to be fewer, more simple species, and now more complex species, these different species must have emerged somehow from those previous species. It's a perfectly reasonable, intuitive conclusion to draw. Those are the only spots where evolution doesn't immediately raise significant contradictions and problems with either observed data, empirics, sensibility, logic, definition stuff, whatever. it's also the case that we should all be very skeptical of dark energy and dark matter for similar reasons. Like the only reason people posit those things is because observed data varied from predicted data predicated on this model. So instead of saying maybe there's something wrong with our model or some factors we haven't considered that are nevertheless accounted for in our model, they created these new things to make the math work. So look, we added these things. We expected the result to be 6. It's actually 4. So let's pretend that there's 2 invisible things there. Now our math is right. That's dark energy and dark matter. Yes, it validates in the sense that it makes certain predictions correct if you accept that there are these invisible things, right? But it doesn't work. It doesn't validate it as an explanation because you can't. We don't have any way of checking directly for these things, and it doesn't represent good thinking to do that. To say, well, I was right, regardless of what the data shows, the empirics show, and I'll just make up something to make it so that I did get the right answer. That's not a good way to think at all. But there's a lot of bad thinkers, even in very advanced science. People who don't get, like, what dimensions are. The dimensions are human described vectors of measurement. And so they'll say, well, space exists in all these dimensions, and think that means there is some other place. When really it means we can make measurements along various distinction lines, Things like the multiverse idea are wrong. They're just wrong it's just wrong nonsense, right? Because it's not even, it's either unfalsifiable, these claims, or they're predicated on a false understanding of time. They're predicated on the idea that somehow a timeline exists rather than individuals, that rather than time being a medium across which consciousness travels, which is what it is. The Aztecs did play basketball, but if you lost, you were killed. The Mayans made corn from the hybridization of 2 plants. Well, yeah, nobody's disputing that hybridization occurs either. But also, nobody's claiming that hybridization is the mechanism of evolution. I do get that we've created lots of very specialized plants that are very different from the protoplant from which they've been bred into different breeds. Nobody's disputing genetics. Mendel's peas introduced us to genetics, and that notion has validated again and again. We can see how recessive genes and dominant genes work and so forth, and we can breed things and discover that indeed the recessive gene shows up 25% of the time, provided meow, 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 meow. We can validate the shit out of that. And that's an example of something that is a proper science theory. It does what it's supposed to do and makes predictions. We can validate them, etc. So, you know, we're having a cookout on Sunday. If you want to join, we can have debates over ribs and chicken feet, but you'd have to fly over to Zimbabwe. It's a tempting offer. Internet man doesn't understand science, declared it false. No, I mean, I do believe in science for sure. I'm just pointing out that science needs to do its job and apply the same standards to evolution as it does to other science theories. Let me see this here. Jordan Peterson once described a pencil as a morally distributed object. What does that mean? His lectures contain an average of 7 narrative pivots per metaphor. Love is a burning thing and it makes a furry ring. We are part plant as well. If caffeine wasn't recognized by our receptors, it would not be taken in. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. Well, the ones that didn't work died, so. Survival is the exception, extinction is the rule. Well, that's certainly possible too. But why is a toilet an S shape? I don't know. You don't age while looking in a mirror. You are welcome, my brothers in Christ and Allah. Thanks. That's many scientists are really bad at naming things like Big Bang or global warming, poorly chosen names. Sometimes they're okay at naming things. Why did the scientists call you homo? Because you're human. Let's see here. They do. Their class. I even met an Aztec last year. Geriatrics is a slur, bro. San Diego State Aztecs men's basketball. Geriatrics is not a slur here in America, says Winston's mom. Corn was developed by indigenous people in Mexico from the wild grass teosinte, gradual selective process over thousands of years that eventually evolved hybridization between lowland and something else. I mean, the other thing to note is that when people select for things and breed stuff and, select in favor of certain variants, they're doing something that nature doesn't do. Nature doesn't select in favor of stuff that it doesn't it doesn't link it doesn't select in favor of anything. It selects against expressions of something that make it less robust. And so so the process of humans selecting in favor of certain things is really not even an example of any process that evolution could claim to be responsible for speciation. So you say sunflowers have evolved colors specifically designed to attract bees and other pollinators. Well, it may be the case that the color of sunflowers does attract bees and other pollinators. That is not evidence that it evolved to do that. That's just, another example of evolution claiming that the reason the way a thing is because it's advantageous in some specific way. But just because something's advantageous in a specific way, and maybe that is the reason why it's that way, it doesn't mean that it evolved to be that way. We can't beg the question about what the mechanism there is. Like, foremost, for that to happen, we have to imagine that there's bees and other pollinators that exist in the status quo, the same species they've always been. There's a population of sunflowers that all have dull drab colors, but that one of them somehow mutates a little bit of yellow, so the bees go there, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but they're already all getting pollinated, regardless, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be a population of sunflowers. What don't you want me to know? Nothing that I don't want you to know. Again, Johnny Cash, you're just begging the question. Those things may, in fact, embed in the skin of mammals and successfully propagate themselves that way, but that is not in and of itself any indication that evolution caused them to be that way. Just because we can articulate how something's advantageous, that might be a reason why it's that way, but it's not a reason to conclude that it came to be that way by evolution. You mean sticker plants existed before mammals? Then what did they get stuck in? If you say they get around by sticking in mammals, how did they get around before mammals? And why would they have stickers? If in fact that sticker is exists because it fulfills that purpose and it wouldn't have fulfilled the purpose before mammals, then why would it exist? Oh no heavens, no, you do drug? I didn't do any drugs, I just smoked some weed. Honest smack? Right fight? True slew? Um, hmm. Let's see. Smack. Hmm. Could be like mean like heroin, like junk, horse. Let's see. Force horse. Uh, um, oh, it would be, let's see. I don't know. I've got one for you. It's a container for glasses. It's a it's a 3-4, an inkity pinkity. You make hard ones, Acacia. I don't know what the answer to that is. I can only think of so many synonyms for honest. Let's see. Forthright. Credible. Hmm. I don't know. Tough one. Yeah, spectacle receptacle is right. I did that one. I asked that one of the INTP I typed the other day. He got it right away too. Uh, how do you feel about full shined bald head? I I just let my hair be as it is. I don't really think about it at all. Frank Spank. Oh, Frank. It's a good one, Acacia. 100% legit, but also very hard. If we were going to make a book of these things, we put that in the hard section. Say I have an idea, a fork, but it's not a fork. It's drill for spaghetti that is loose, and when hand, no turn, full circle, drill spin, and get spaghetti on fork. I see. Um, so like you put your fork in and you go like this, and then it winds it up. Well, there you go. You're trying to say you want a name for your invention? Okay. Call it the spaghetti drill. Call it the wind and wrap. Have I ever witnessed a crime? Um, like what kind of crime? Like a major crime? One time I was at a stop sign and it was my turn to go, but this guy ignored that and just went. I just kind of like went like this, like what the hell, dude? And he was super aggro. He pulled over. I stopped at the stop sign looking at him. He got out of his car. He was super muscly guy with a wife beater USMC shirt on. And I was like, what is this guy doing? Anyway, he came over and slapped me. Apparently today I am. I've not heard this before, but yeah, apparently today I'm Lord. What about Fettuccine Auger? That's a good name, Johnny Cats. It's better than mine. I'm buying one for all my family. Have I ever conducted a crime? Well, I mean, just like drug crimes. If buying drugs is a crime, call me guilty. When I drank, used to drive drunk a lot. Define everyone. Well, it's the set of all people from which no person is excluded. The only necessary and sufficient condition for entry into this set is personhood. That's what everyone means. It means everyone. Well, one of the good things about this live stream is I'm pretty much, well, I'm not feeling at all annoyed at the moment about what happened last night, which I woke up feeling rather annoyed about. I was able to talk about it on the stream some, and that was good. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. I didn't even time you out, dude. Somebody else did. And why did they time you out? Um, well, it wasn't because of your sunny and winning personality. I personally was kind of having fun with your like general sniveling shittiness, but I guess they weren't enjoying it. So, you know, is everybody a little bit of a homo? No, I don't think so. I think homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual, those things are labels, statuses that one associated with one's identity, and I think it's important to have such a status one way or the other because, like, at least from my perspective, I don't want to think that for my partner's needs to be met, she needs to have something more than me, right? And I don't want my partner to think that I'm not like permanently heterosexual with her. Like that she might at some point I might be like, Rachel, I'm sorry, I've decided to go gay. Hey, the Russian bot is back. Who's the Russian bot? Hi, Iron Lion. Harshen the buzz. It's a good way to put it. So what am I doing right now? Well, I don't really know. I'm G is not a Russian bot. I'm not super feeling the day, as you say. My lord, when is the house party? Do you say yes? Can we all have a party at your house? Yeah, we have a party at my house. You know, I live in California. I don't know how far away you are, but if there were a groundswell of impetus to schedule a party and people wanted to come from out of town and stuff, you know, I would not at all be remiss to having another TWFP camp. I've done that before when I lived in Laverne in the summer. We had a TWFP summer camp where a bunch of people came from out of town, hung out for a couple days. We partied and did whatever. It was fun. Well, Johnny Cats, just let's have a video conference before you come over, but you wouldn't have to stay outside. You would be allowed to stay inside the house. Several, we have potentially 3 guest rooms if we have guests. One of them is Rachel's room, but um, she almost always sleeps downstairs with me, and she doesn't really spend time in there. So it functions as a guest room if we need one. So in theory, we could have like 3 other couples here or something, and we would uh, we would be able to house 6 people besides me and Rachel. You got dibs on the red light room? Okay, that's fine. Oh, you want to camp in my yard? Sure. Or I could also, Johnny Cats, take you guys out in the little wilderness car to a better camping spot out over there that's not super far away. I'm right among all these like national forest roads, little cool spots to camp, etc. Shotgun the hot tub. We don't have a hot tub. Uh, Apparently, um, if you do have a hot tub and you're renting your house as a vacation rental, you get more money per night for it if you have a hot tub. As a person who might theoretically stay in some rental place someday, I do not want a hot tub. Hot tubs seem gross. It's like a bath where they don't change the bath water. You know what I'm saying? And really, pools seem gross too, but they're bigger, so it's a little bit less gross. If I want to be in water, I'll just go in the shower. I'll pay 50 pounds for my stay towards a hot tub. I don't want a hot tub. Sure, it might be a few nights a year when it's like cold out in the wintertime, when it might be nice to go into a hot tub in theory, but just no. If I were gonna have something like that that I wish I had, it would be a wood fireplace. We don't have a wood fireplace, and we have to spend a lot of money on propane during the winter. Inflatable hot tub. I can also get one of those blue kiddie pools and put it in my front yard. No. You can take your inflatable hot tub and shove it. So yeah, I guess I am still a little irritated at Rachel for last night. Because I get it that she wasn't feeling good dopamine wise. I know how rough that can make shit. But I don't I don't anybody can email me whenever they want, but I do not want a hot tub. Do I have a dog? No, I don't have a dog. Hardest place of your fireplace would be tiling. Now, there's no way to put a fireplace into this house. It's probably illegal to install a fireplace where I live The only fireplaces that exist around here have been like grandfathered in. No, I'm not going to get a dog. We have two cats. That's plenty of pets. The other house did have a wood stove thing, and that was cool. But that house was built in 1980. Yeah, well, there actually is kind of an old fire pit on the other side of the shed down there at the bottom. But I would probably, if I wanted to have a fire, I'd do it on this side of the shed down there at the bottom. No, we have these fake wood fire things downstairs and in Rachel's room. That's just a propane heater that doesn't need electricity. So, yeah, we have portable electric heaters, Winston's mom. It's just, it boils down to you're going to pay for your heating, whether it's in propane or electric bills. And the best way for us to heat is to use the central heating with the propane, but to try to turn it off when we can. And, you know, only turn it on when it's cold. Just be mindful of it. Men are logic, women are emotion. I mean, I don't really put much weight into the the issue here is the difference between a man and a woman. To some extent, it links to that. Like Rachel spends a lot more time thinking about the relationship than I do. Um, that seems to be a girl thing. But it's also the case that she's got a bit more of an insecure attachment style than I do. So I'm fairly relaxed, comfortable in the permanence of the relationship and the correctness of it. She can get worried sometimes about things that'll never happen, like that I'm going to leave her or something. But regardless, the issue isn't that she was in an emotional place. I totally get that. That's an invariable consequence of dopamine crash. I'll be just as I'll be in just as bad a place in a couple of days. But the issue is just we both should at least make our best effort to recognize that state for what it is and to not displace our feelings by blaming the other person. And so I was a little disappointed that that's what happened last night. And it it happened the duration of her being mad was long enough that after I went to bed and she was done talking with her friend on the phone, she still went to bed upstairs. So presumably she was fairly mad still. Well, it's actually not a logical approach, Casey Jones. It's saying let's have a better relationship with our feelings. So Rachel and I, when we're feeling bad, those feelings are valid and actual. But a good relationship with those feelings would understand what they link to in a meaningful way. So when we're understanding our feelings as linking to something they don't link to, then we're not we're having bad emotional intelligence. So I live at 420 Snoop Avenue, America. No, that's not where I live. But I do pull a fair amount of both. No, I mean I think people who are really good with their feelings are likely to understand in ways that are helpful what those feelings mean. And so I don't think it's me trying to push logic over emotion to say uh, that, at least in an ideal world, we should try not to lash out at our partners when we're in a bad emotional state. And more particularly, that we should try not to blame them in ways that critique, like, I guess, who the person is, how they are. I get it. I could be a more ideal mate, possibly. I certainly understand that I could be more romantic, but you know, the dispute started off with her being upset about me not buying enough gifts for her, and then shifted into me not telling her she's pretty enough, and just sort of summing things up by saying this represents something that's wrong with the relationship in all the time. It's just only comes up. It only gets addressed when I'm feeling bad. I took her out to dinner to get lobster that she wanted to eat. Since altruism is an evolutionary adaptation for group survival, why hasn't natural selection replaced our physical bodies with moral echoes that allow us to? Good question. The thing is, we have plenty of possible ways that I could attempt to better meet those needs that she articulated, or make up the deficit that I'm currently expressing. But I think that frame of reference is saying, let's assume that there really is a problem, and that the problem really is some deficiency in Eric, and that Eric needs to be different than how he is to be adequate as a relationship partner for Rachel. Well, I don't like that. I don't like gift giving, and I uh, I tell Rachel she's pretty all the time. I call her beautiful all the time. She says, "Well, that's just a nickname for me. You're not actually telling me I'm beautiful." So, okay, you gotta be kidding me. The other thing is, I've encountered this gift giving thing before. The last time, not last time, but sometime in July, she had an equivalent dopamine crash, presumably, and she was complaining about me not doing enough gift giving. But just like a week or so before, I had given her this very, what cost us a decent amount of money, present, which included a gold chain and a tanzanite stone that my grandmother had. We had a custom set into some jewelry. I had just given her that for our anniversary. So the thing is, when she says, like, this is a problem, she's not evaluating SI data. She's not saying, let me look and see how Eric behaves and see if he behaves how I want him to behave. She's looking at some external thing that says, um, a problem with your partner might be that they don't make enough gestures. They're not giving enough gifts. They're not doing this. And then she thinks that that's a problem that I have, regardless of the facts. So it may be the case that I'm not particularly fond of gift giving, but it's not the case that that's why she thinks I don't give her enough gifts. Besides which, like I'm very much not buying shit all the time. And she's always buying stupid little shit. Lipsticks, whatever. The last thing we need around here is another object. I can be certain that we'll continue to acquire a bunch of little objects that are exclusively for her, regardless of whether I buy her anything. I'm leaving you. This is over. Wow, that's dramatic. I guess I better end this stream. Well, that's pretty reckless of you, Rachel, to say that. I'm confident that we'll end up staying together, of course, but it's really, it's really, it's, you saying that is quite the betrayal. Oh, that's her. Kind of not what I expected. I expected her to get up this morning and be apologetic, but I don't know. She may have talked herself into something with her friend last night. I guess we all could, in some sense, be better partners. But I don't know. What things do you think you're doing inadequately, Rachel? I get the things you think I'm in, the ways I think you think I'm inadequate in the relationship. How do you think you're inadequate in the relationship? We didn't have ideal relationship role models. I had a pretty good one. We're all forging ahead with what we think is right, even if many of us do not know what that might be. I mean, I do the best I can to be a good partner and love Rachel, but I acknowledge that I'm not the most inclined towards romantic gestures and stuff. I guess I guess that inclination is something that Rachel feels at the moment anyway that she has to have from a partner. Yeah, so I don't know what to do about that. I got a lot of stressors going on right now, stuff I need to do, and so forth. A lot of anxiety about practical matters, but this kind of throws a wrench into that a little bit. You are proud of Eric? Thanks, Chris Chapin. One thing that I think Rachel and I are pretty consistently good at in our relationship is careful use of words. Like, even though obviously I feel pretty wounded about this whole thing, I'm not going to be careful not to say things I'm going to regret or say things to hurt her feelings or something. So it is certainly a reality that when Rachel and I have instances where when we've not been careful with words, it definitely like sticks around in our history, and it'll get it'll get referenced at some point in the future again. So I also try not to do that. Like, I try to stay away from like a long time ago you said this. I think we both do. We both try to stay away from that. Words linger, pizza is temporary. Well, obviously, I'm going to be kind of stuck until this whole thing is resolved. Yeah, I guess I kind of operate from a perspective that says, let's try not to make problems where they don't naturally occur. And I guess I think of problems as normally being instances of bad behavior rather than a failure to exhibit good behavior. But certainly, the thing is, it's like I could say, well, I could do a better job of being romantic with Rachel and that's all well and good, but it would seem to invalidate all the ways I currently love her. You know, I make an effort to love her as best I can by engaging with her the way I do. You know, not expecting really anything of her. Um, a variety of things. It's not like I never see her, or I'm always out with my friends at the bar, or any number of possible scenarios where you might complain that a husband is too inattentive to his wife. But I get it. It's like if that's something that she needs in a relationship and I'm not providing it, then it's natural she's gonna complain about it. I'm not sure what to make of this whole "I'm leaving you" thing. Well, it's not like Rachel and I have never played this game before. It's just been a long time. You know, back when we first got together, we played this game multiple times. Rachel would say, "I'm leaving." I'd say, like, "Why don't you get your suitcases?" or something. We always worked it out. This one's going to be a little tough because, you know, it's like there's going to need to be some kind of resolution of these deficits that I purportedly have. And at least at the moment, I'm not feeling particularly inclined to make make changes to remedy inadequacies or something, you know? I guess it kind of reminds me of, well, I guess as a general rule, I think I'm thinking, like, well, if I need to make changes to be adequate in a relationship, then they should have to make an equivalent amount of changes. But I'm not looking for any specific changes, so I don't know. Hi, psychic guilt. Anyway, NIFE, knife edge. I think every human relationship is miserable, so this tracks. My relationship isn't miserable. It's not. Today's not a good day, obviously. But I don't think Rachel actually thinks she's going to leave. Even less do I think she actually will. But I do think that she is, and mentally right now in a place where she's fully understanding, knowing, quote unquote, the weight and significance of my deficits. So, you know, if one wants to focus on ways in which Eric fails slash is inadequate, got fat pickings, as Acacia said last night, as the opposite of slim pickings, you know. It's easy to understand why I suck, how I suck, you know. I spend a lot of my time knowing and understanding those things. But, you know, I'd not really been thinking that Rachel adequately was one of the ways I sucked. You know, I I'm an adult in all the wrong ways. I'm an adult when it comes to explaining abstractions, understanding things, and being correct about stuff, affirming against stuff. None of that has anything to do with my life. None of that lets me be successful as a human being. Even in areas where I can be successful to some extent, maybe, like at least to my own satisfaction, like making a good song or something. I'm crippled by my weak relationship with executive function, just doing things, getting them done, finishing them. It makes for a troubled existence. One thing that I've not been troubled about for the entirety of its duration is my relationship. I guess I'm still not particularly troubled about it, but it's like for almost all the time we've been together, my relationship has not been a problem in my life that I had to deal with. And that's huge to me. No, we always want more. It's never any spectrum of more until things get worse and we realize it's not so bad. I'm a biochemist and you can trust me. Sunshine is great indeed. It's okay. Maybe the house party or cookout will help us all feel better. Lisdexamphetamine is also great for dopamine to do things. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of amphetamines. The problem is, when I'm on amphetamines, I tend to do this, or maybe tweak out on the piano or something. Today, of course, I'm going to have to deal with this stuff. But I'll say that one of the great things about this relationship as well is even when there's stuff that makes me mad, as this makes me mad somewhat, I don't actually get angry at Rachel per se. Like, I don't engage with Rachel through anger. And even though I might have some kind of anger about this, it doesn't seem to express as anger. So I'm not worried about getting very angry today. I am. I do understand the reality where Rachel's going to voice certain things, and I have at my disposal as a response some kind of explanation or answer. And that explanation or answer is probably not the optimal way to respond to whatever it is she's saying. But it's who I am, you know. I'm unavoidably going to use my tool function to try to provide some kind of solvency. I'm going to operate under an assumption that if things are understood well enough, there wouldn't be any disagreement. So I don't think that's going to work, but I don't know what my alt would be exactly. Both Rachel and I are very metaphysical types. We got three communication functions up top, physical function at the bottom. I don't think there's any good way for us to address anything at all without talking it through, reaching agreement on the language that we're using about it and so forth. So, I don't know. I can predict that whatever it is I have to say in response to whatever concern she raises is probably not going to resolve those concerns. But I don't really have any other options. I think her concerns will resolve when she's on the other side of the Adderall crash. No, I don't think we broke up, but she did say that she's leaving me. I don't think that's going to happen, but it does represent rather a significant departure from how our small disagreements normally develop. And it definitely represents like unacceptable behavior for a partner, and that it's unavoidably going to make me feel at least a little more unsafe once this, assuming this blows over. So it's ill advised of her to do that, but I also don't want to. I'm not looking for reasons to condemn her. The Benogut. I don't know what the Benogut means. Would Enneagram offer any clear help? I don't think so. I think cognitive functions basically explains it all. She's in her FI. She countervalues her FI. She blames me for her FI. Ergo, she countervalues me at the moment. But, you know, me not giving her enough gifts or me not telling her she's pretty often enough is not why she's feeling bad. So accordingly. Um, you know, there's a displacement of brain chemistry stuff onto me. That's how I interpret it. And it's, I mean, I don't want to completely invalidate what she's saying. It is true that I'm not big on romantic gestures, gift giving, what have you. And I get that, you know, girls like that stuff a lot. I guess I'm just disappointed. You know, I got a lot of stressors, like I said, a lot of stuff I got to deal with. Not like I was dealing with it today anyway, but I gotta deal with this stuff. It kind of pushes to the front of the line, you know. That's okay. What happened to Dustin? Maybe because you were slammed by another car, said that everything lousy is having, it's all bunched up and the rest of the year will be smoothly sailing. Maybe. Maybe indeed. Everything will be fine. No, I mean, it doesn't matter who I ask. The correct response to what's going on is she binged Adderall. Now she's crashing. That's the answer. If you don't want this to happen, stop doing that. That's the answer. And let's pretend it is the case that when she's not in the crash, that she still wishes I was more like those things. Well, I don't know. I don't. I don't wish she were different. You might say, well, are you willing to make some compromise there? Willing to make some changes so that you better meet her needs? Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I'm not entirely unwilling. It's just, I've been in a marriage like that where my wife was always assigning me the next thing I needed to work on to be adequate. I'm not fond of that. You think there may be an underlying thing that those actions demonstrate? What, romantic gestures, gift giving? I mean, if you're saying, what do I do that demonstrates that I care for Rachel? Well, like everything. Like, marry her, live here with her, be together, go to the store all the time together, do everything together, rely on each other for company and emotional support, and you know the actual realities of loving somebody, things that actually matter. That have nothing to do with gift giving or gestures or words of affirmation are fine. I tell Rachel she's pretty. I don't tell Rachel she's pretty all the time, but I call her beautiful all the time as a name, and she says that doesn't count somehow. So it's like, okay, yes, I could do things differently, right? I could, I could make more of an effort to be more like she wants me to be. That is true. But one of my points is I'm not asking her to change. It's cabin fever. This is a big let's all sigh together now. I think I'd probably, if I were to implement those changes, it would probably make me a little bit resentful. Like, I'd feel she were being kind of spoiled, that she has everything anybody could possibly need or want or expect to be happy in life and in her relationship, in life because of her relationship. And it smacks of warming oven. There's this movie, forget exactly what it's called, but it's about these rich people who live in New York someplace, and the investment banker slash, I don't know, like portfolio management guy who makes a lot of money. Uh, his wife wants to like basically knock down this old house, build a new house just the way she wants to, remodel it heavily anyway. And he puts all this money into trying to get everything that she wants in the house, and then at the end, she's all, I just can't believe we didn't get the warming oven. And he's just like not happy, right? And it's like when a friend gives me an ultimatum, if you hang out with them, I'm not gonna hang out with you anymore. I tell that person goodbye because they capitulate this time, stop hanging out with that friend, then he's gonna give you an ultimatum next time. Gifts that are smaller show that someone has really paid attention to me and knows me, really can make me feel seen and loved. Okay. Well, I mean, I could go get her gifts and stuff, but at this point, it would definitely show that I'm trying to prevent this problem from occurring again. Yeah, I could show that I've heard her and I'm trying. My question then is, so what is she doing to change? How is she behaving differently to better meet my needs in some way? Because like if everything in the status quo that we have and all the ways in which I'm good to her and we have a good relationship and everything, if that's not enough, then then I need to be putting in extra effort to be adequate. Well, fair is fair, right? I'm always happy to give her reassurance. I tell her that all the time. And I give her reassurance often. Okay, it may not be transactional, Acacia, but one has to be honest about how one is going to feel. So Like, obviously, being told that how I am naturally is inadequate to make her happy is going to make me feel sad. And then if I hear her and try and say, okay, well, then let me be more like you say, here's some gifts and stuff, I'm going to feel resentful. So if we want me to try and such, then we need to figure out how I'm not going to feel resentful about it. So there needs to be some equity there. If I was told that Ruben feels especially loved by acts of service, I had no problem at least attempting it, even though we both know it's not my natural way. I can certainly make that attempt and get her a gift or something. But it's important to remember that this didn't start with Rachel informing me in some way that getting gifts that makes her feel extra loved, hurt, etc. This started expressly as a criticism of Eric's failure to buy gifts and how my incompatible love language with her was a real problem. So, yeah, okay, I could go buy a gift if that's going to help things. It's fine. I'm kind of constantly trying to save money too, but I get it. And sometimes you got to spend a little money on if that's what's necessary on your relationship. That's why I was fine going out to fancy dinner for her birthday, which is what she asked for. I was ready to go buy her a ring before dinner too, because we got there early, but the ring shop was closed for a private event. Well, Rachel, you are certainly it's certainly fine for you to say that there's someone better out there for you, but you don't get to speak for what I want in a partner. Marriage is so generally awful. Sad to see this. I mean, our marriage is not generally awful. Our marriage is by and large fantastic, but we are having a bit of a hard day today. I mean, I can't help but feel quite treated quite shabbily at the moment. I can't help but feel somewhat unappreciated and undervalued. So, Rachel, if you want to say that I'm not the right person for you, that you want something else or someone else as a partner, then that's your prerogative to tell me that. But you don't get to tell me who I want as a partner or what I want in a relationship. Obviously, I want my existing relationship, the one that's served me so well for so long, that's proved to have fewer instances of occasions like this than any relationship I've ever had. Certainly, um, certainly the least contentious and such. In this relationship, one of the wonderful things about it is that it's very rarely a problem like it is right now. It's very rare occurrence. But even the best relationship is not going to be perfect all the time. I know a couple. I know a couple months whenever they were having trouble, one of them would come to me, typically Kevin, and before we even started discussion, I would ask, Kevin, are you on methamphetamines? Every time he said, no dinner. No. Dinner would ask him, have you done meth in the last 12 hours? His answer was always yes. I told him, don't make any decisions that would drastically change your life and your situation when you're on drugs. Well, that's true, obviously. Um, but, and it is the case that drugs are certainly at play here. Not it sort of not being on them is the problem at the moment, but uh, it's something that we wrestle with every month. I think Rachel has an even rougher time emotionally with the amphetamines than I do. She doesn't do as many of them as I do too. So it's one of those things where our coddled and too tired ways sometimes catch up with us a bit and have some consequences and such. I used to take note of when my girlfriends were acting negative or aggressively, only one of them. You should try skinny dipping in there, it's liberating. Only one of them took positively and made changes. Oh, well, I mean, I already know that when Rachel and I are both in sort of normal state of mind after the Adderall, after the crash, that we both understand that that rough part of the crash was attributable just to the brain chemistry stuff. But in the throes of it, it's a little more difficult to behave accordingly. Yeah, I don't think amphetamines help me to be practical and productive at all. They do sometimes help me to, say, make music, freak out on a project that is naturally fun. But, uh, you know, probably I'm better at being an adult and getting shit handled when I am not taking amphetamines. They seem to be a lot more helpful in my youth, not so much anymore. It's also true that it used to be amphetamines would prompt a working at a fevered pitch, getting a lot of stuff done in a variety of different ways. Sometimes actual like work, like prepping debate cases and stuff. But whereas now I'm much more likely to just do this, watch TV, something like that, than I used to be. Life's hard, you know. Life is hard. None of us is configured to be good at all aspects of life. And for, I think, everyone, those deficit areas ultimately end up being central to their struggles. 2 hours until kickoff. Hit a fucking blinker, boy. Don't you mean boy? It's the last college football game of the year. The national championship game. Indiana versus Miami. It'll be fine. Uh, I think it's not going to take a super long time, probably, for Rachel to kind of put herself in my shoes and imagine if I said that to her, you know. Sorry, Acacia, it actually is, and the data supports my statement. It does not mean all our eggs is. I just avoid the arrangement. Any old man wisdom advice? Uh, preserve your resources, body, self, energy, whatever, for when you're older. Don't take a lot of risks that impact you later on, like protect your hearing. Um, try not to get a bunch of like stuff done to your body, like tattoos and stuff, and try to try in general to make it such that as you get older, you still have possibilities slash abilities. I don't know. There's not one I particularly. Uh, yeah, you'd be sad and crying, but more significantly, if I said that to you after the temporary dispute got resolved, you'd feel a lot less safe than you had prior. And you'd wonder if you could really relax because um, after all, you wouldn't know if I might say that again, might follow through on it this time, etc. So, I'm not gonna do that to you, but and it's not exactly comparable because I'm not as worried about the permanence of the relationship. I usually try to volunteer on MLK Day. Unfortunately, I could not this year. I will make up for it someday. It's great to volunteer regardless of your political leanings. What do you volunteer to do? Force black people and white people to play together? I'm sure it was not nice for her either, says G. Probably worse. What was worse for her? You're saying Rachel Miami was worse for her? I don't know. I don't get what you're saying. It doesn't sound flexible. What doesn't sound flexible? This dude is totally gay. Squiskar Squiskefs. If that were the case, then I wouldn't be currently having this disagreement with my beloved wife Rachel. I'd be having disagreement with my husband Barry. Being mean to me hurt her worse than it hurt me. Well, I mean, it is mean in some sense to me to say that she's going to leave me, but I don't see that as an example of her being mean. I see that as an example of her being reckless. Gay couch, gay lotion, gay wife. Thank you, Winston's mom. She's upstairs. Oh, that's not a problem. I mean, I was talking about the fight on the channel live stream when she came and said that. That's totally understandable. I don't have any problem with that at all. Rachel wants to communicate with me via the chat and live stream. That's totally fine. I had the opportunity to turn off the live stream at any point and go talk to her about it, and I continued the live stream, so it's fine. She didn't break up with me. She said she's gonna leave me, but I guess I'm not interpreting it as a real possible thing that might happen. I'm trying not to engage, but it's true. I'll go. Why do you want to go? I mean, are you really gonna leave? I would like to think that in this stream I'm dealing with this stuff in a very reasonable way, calm way, hopefully an equitable way. But if what I'm saying is further reinforcing your desire to leave, I don't know how I can talk about this any better, frankly. It's like in this instance, I genuinely am doing the best I can to talk about this in ways that are fair to both of us, etc. If if I'm not talking about it adequately on those kinds of vectors, this is genuinely the best I can do. Why are you not talking in person? I want to listen and watch girls, but I'm curious, so I'm communicating through chat. You want to watch girls? No, it's not true that you shouldn't be communicating through chat. Don't let them tell you that. You can communicate through chat, it's fine. There's absolutely no reason why you have to communicate in voice person. Like, this gives you more of a chance to think about what you're going to say and say it before you say it. Don't listen to those people. You you want to watch the HBO show. No, putty cat. She's not curious about relationships with women. Like, and she's not like bi-curious or something. Go make her some food and bring it up to her now. Go get your queen back. I mean, I obviously am feeling rather shabbily treated at the moment. I'm not especially inclined to be the one who's meowing, right? Never heard of the show Girls? It's a show about young people in New York, young adults in New York. Be a man, go get her back. You brought it upon yourself, I'll bet. I didn't bring it on myself. What did Rachel do? Well, she says she's gonna leave me. She reiterated that and saying I'll go. But I guess she's not gonna do that until after she watches some TV. Which I get, you know. If if she were to actually leave me and wanted to watch some TV first, I would totally get that. It's like, yes, I'm leaving you, but first, eat and play. Also rest. Oh, you meant you'll go as in leave the chat. I mean, this is your business, Rachel. We're talking about our relationship. It's absolutely your business. These people in the chat who think it's inappropriate for you to chime in the chat are insane. That's not going to help. What's not going to help? The TV remark? Okay, so it was a little snarky. Uh, it's an exception to this. I've done the best I can in terms of communicating fairly and stuff about this. It's a little snarky, but it's also true that I would actually kind of understand that. I know about SE and how unpleasant it is. You're snarked out, bro. All right, let's see if this is charged enough that I can unplug it and go outside. All right, I have a cigarette in my hand. It's the last one from that pack. Just drink the soy sauce. I think I'll put the soy sauce back in the fridge. It's like, now what is going to happen today? I was already like, okay, it's going to be kind of a down day. But maybe I'll get this done or that done. Now I've got all of the weight of all of this to deal with. God damn it. The day can always turn around. Sometimes it can take a tremendous amount of strength not to be snarky. Well, I mean, that's one of the things about me and Rachel's relationship that's good is that in other relationships, my partner either sometimes bad behavior or sometimes just like conflicting with my friend behavior would make me mad. And I'd raise my voice and, hammer home why I'm right and stuff. But in this relationship, conflict seems to make me very calm. Not sure why. But it does seem to generally be the case. See what this says here. I think this is the right course of action. Little distance, some time for everyone to think. Well, maybe it is the right course of action. Big sigh. Big sigh for little Eric. Sauce it. It's sauce drinking time. You're handling this pretty well. Just want to say you're pretty fly for a white guy. Well, thanks. I think one of the key things about Rachel that makes it such that I always seem to stay calm is that she's when she does mess up in some way, it may take her a little while to like come around to viewing her own behavior like in a sober light, so to speak. But when she does, she typically feels very bad about having failed to uphold the INFJ's carefulness, like protocol or something. And I don't like people to feel bad in general. When I get angry in other relationships or in just life, the problem is always that person's giving me a lot of pushback, and that they're not susceptible to reasonable stuff that I'm saying. But Rachel consistently is, she does listen to me, she hears what I'm saying. And accordingly, I don't get mad. I guess you say, well, maybe Eric needs to do a better job of hearing what she's saying too. I do hear what she's saying. More or less, it's lamenting a lack of romance on my part. And I do get that I'm not very romantic. And that I could and maybe should make more of an effort occasionally to to do that kind of romantic stuff. One of those tricky kind of things. It's like it's easy to agree to, okay, fine, I'll go to the store and get you some whatever right now. It's hard to say I'm going to over the course of say months occasionally do something that I in the prior months wouldn't have done. That requires a lot of maintaining awareness over time. It's also the case that like I'd be if I were to in a scenario where I were to buy a present for Rachel, it would probably occur when we're not together, but we're almost always together. So there's that. But I could suggest to her like, should, would you like that thing as a present when we're together? It's also the case that you know if something really struck me as something Rachel would like, I probably would pick it up. Like if I were by myself and stopped by a yard sale on the way home and saw an old pterodactyl, I'd definitely get it for her. So one of the factors in this is kind of opportunity slash hmm, thing that I think Rachel would like. Obviously, Rachel likes rings and stuff, but that requires her to be at the store, choose the things she wants, and while I pay for that, I'm not necessarily sure that counts as a gift. So, what kind of things does Rachel like that I don't have to have her confirm that it's her style and or try it on or something? Hmm. I don't know. Maybe a t-shirt or something. I've gotten her a t-shirt before. Maybe well, flowers are obviously a good choice or chocolates. But of course, when we buy candy at the supermarket, that obviously is not going to count as a gift. That's just getting groceries. So I'd have to somehow make some kind of separate trip to get chocolates if we're going to do that. It's conceivable that I could pick up flowers if they even have them at the grocery store. I'm not sure they do, but at the grocery store during a grocery trip and say, these flowers are a present for you, even though we got them grocery shopping. That's conceivable. I don't know. And I get that I should apply the platinum rule to some extent here rather than the golden rule. It might be the case that you know, I don't, I don't want those kind of hoops to be jumped through, but maybe there's other kind of hoops that I do want to be jumped through. I'm not sure. I have to think about it a bit. But that doesn't mean she doesn't want that. And I should care more about what she wants in this instance than some other consideration, I guess. Although, again, I still feel treated rather shabbily and not particularly inclined to make extra effort at the moment. Oh, Eric. Oh. Well, I mean, I do have excessive Eric syndrome. And that it will always be a challenge for any partner to deal with. Rachel's a lot more tolerant of me than previous wives were. Because I'm not a big fan of hearing that from a significant other. It feels like when your mom says you're handsome. You got this Eric apologizing as a start? I don't have anything to apologize for. Like, that's for sure. I don't have anything to apologize for. Like, in the status quo, I did not do anything wrong to her. It may be the case that I could have done a better job by buying more gifts and or telling her she's pretty more often or something. But failing to have done so is not something to apologize for because in no way, shape, or form did I wrong her. Sure, I'd like to uphold a higher standard than not wronging her. And so, in that regard, I can acknowledge that I could do better and that maybe I should make that attempt. But that doesn't mean I have anything to apologize for. I don't have anything to apologize for. What am I apologizing for? When I do apologize, you can take it seriously because I don't apologize when I shouldn't. But yet I don't think Rachel's position is that she needs to have expensive gifts or something. She's just looking for a gesture here and there. Occasionally buy flowers or something. Obviously, I've become a bit of a penny pincher, and I don't like to spend money, but that doesn't mean I never spend money on stuff that's unnecessary and etc. What have I done? I've I mean, I love you so much. I tell you how important you are all the time. And maybe I don't expressly say you're pretty all the time, but I absolutely believe you're beautiful and think you're incredibly sexy. And, you know, you're the chick where I did prioritize looks. So I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I do feel I do think it's unfortunate that Rachel feels bad right now. And, you know, I wish that weren't so, but it's not, I can't be apologized for that because that's not something I did. The soy sauce is back in the fridge. There's not any soy sauce here anymore. You know, like, based on this stuff, I said I could gift myself stuff. I didn't see that. I'm sorry. That need I can do, but there's something nice about hearing compliments. Am I to take it from that, Rachel, that you're not leaving? I think you should probably, you know, resolve that. I have to tell myself it all the time. You tell yourself what all the time? I do like hearing beautiful like words of affirmation. Quality time we achieve that, you lack an extra service. It's last. Okay, I can give myself stuff. Gift giving is like number 3 for me on importance. Okay. Yeah. All guy points out, you don't find out you're incompatible after being with somebody for years. Um, I like hearing that I don't always know that. Like I do hype myself up. It's important to have self love, but it's nice to hear from you. Like really nice. Well, I will make an effort to tell you that more often. But again, Rachel, before we're talking about this, don't we need to sort of address the elephant in the room here? Like it seems like you're talking about how we can manage being on the boat better, but okay. Well, well, I mean, it's certainly the case that from what Rachel just said that that she's not leaving. Are we good now? Well, you know, maybe the case that I've not been proactive enough in my words and so forth with her. It's also the case that she was very reckless with her words today. And and that's obviously a bit of a problem and something that shouldn't happen. What about resentments? What I'm asking. Well, I don't think it's so much going to be resentment as feeling. It'll feel kind of artificial, you know. But just because it'll feel artificial to say it doesn't mean it's not true. Don't wait until you can't borrow it up anymore if you're just open and honest with your significant other about your personal feelings. I am open and honest about that. I tell Rachel I love her all the time. Very frequently, multiple times a day. Spice bomb. I like that idea. Do the Disney scene with the two dogs with the spaghetti, but instead with the bomb. Unnatural? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not habituated in the status quo to complimenting Rachel's appearance. So it's not because I don't think she's pretty or I don't think that outfit looks great or whatever. It's because historically, in general, it's just not the sort of thing I comment upon in life and in relationships, you know? But maybe that's something I need to change. And in the process of changing it, will it feel a little bit artificial or unnatural? Well, yeah, because it's a deviation from what I naturally don't comment on, right? That, again, that doesn't mean what I say would be untrue, just that I'd be saying it because of this conversation, you know? Still speaking? Mostly speaking. Doing a little bit of silence as well, here and there. Occasional bong rip. What about a little objectification? Maybe a slap on the ass every now and then. I mean, I I would benefit a lot from being generally more physical, more sexual because every time we do have sex, it's fantastic, and I think to myself like, why do you not take advantage more of having sex with your hot young wife? And the answer is, I'm just not very sensory. I don't. It's not in front of my attentional considerations. Is that ash on the sofa over here? No, ash. Well, there might be a little ash, but it's mostly like weed dust. All right, I'll do it. I guess. Fine. I will make the effort to be more romantic. But certainly, I wasn't going to do so under threat. So, first question to be resolved was, "What's up with this? I'm going to leave you shit." Yeah, and sometimes our general transparency doesn't necessarily serve us well. I'm not sure today's stream casts either of us in the best possible light, and I I'm confident that it's representative more of the moment than the relationship. Still, I needed to talk about it when I started the stream. It was bothering me. Comments don't just have to be about looks, it's words of affirmation, like encouraging words. Okay? I'd like to encourage you. I I try to talk things out with you in various ways when there are things that are troubling to you, like usually a conversation with your mom or another relative. Maybe I'm not encouraging enough. I, it certainly seems plausible that I err on the side of explaining things, which, you know, somebody who's engaged with something emotionally isn't necessarily looking to understand it better. So I can try to. I mean, I'm not sure if I can try, but I will at least hope to try to have do a better job of putting myself in your shoes and I guess directing Trump a variety of positivities your direction and hopes of empowering you as best I can, you know. I've certainly got no problem like trying to make things better for you, right? The tricky thing is this. It's like if you talk to me about a specific problem that has a solution that I can implement and have the problem solved and then it's over, that is very easy for me to say, okay, no problem, I can fix that problem. When you're asking me to behave somewhat differently from this point going forward, um, that's a lot trickier of a thing, right? Because there's no there's no completion, there's no attainment of the goal, and the best you could do is like check in some months from now and say, are you upholding that different approach to talking successfully? Which is certainly, I mean, that's not like that doesn't make it impossible. It just makes it, I guess, more nebulous, more the kind of thing that one has to pay attention to like for a long time. But you know, some things in life are like that. It doesn't mean you should never have to do such things. Don't make it sound difficult. Well, it's absolutely not difficult to um, give her compliments, encouraging words, etc., in any given instance. what I'm saying is, in the status quo, I already speak to her in a very positive way. I never am like shitting on her, uh, insulting her, or anything else. I never. While I may not say a whole bunch of this kind of compliment, that kind of encouragement, I I always am positive and encouraging. When it seems like she's feeling bad, I hug her, and I mean, so it's not like in the status quo I'm saying bad words to her. So that makes it a little bit more of a challenging proposition to know, for example, if you've upheld this new criterion, mostly because of the time frame for figuring out what attainment would look like, but also because I guess it operates under the assumption that the things I'm currently saying don't count as those kinds of things that she wants to hear. So I don't know. I still think this just mostly is dopamine crush. And I am trying to teach this old dog some new tricks, and I'm finding it very difficult. Trying to make lists and do things that I'm supposed to do that are on the list, etc. Maintained that for a little while, and then it like blew up as soon as I got out of a roll. And I still need to return to that frame of reference where I actually am consistently behaving differently than I used to be. But that's really, it takes a lot of uh, consistency of willpower across time, which is definitely my weak spot to make those kind of changes. And while while trying to keep in mind that a few more compliments and other encouraging words would be welcome by Rachel, and to try to provide that. It's also the case that I've got a lot of stuff I got to deal with right now. And, and it is the case that the way this went down isn't great. Like, it didn't go down like Rachel approached me and said, like, hey, I'm really feeling low. Okay, well, is there anything I can do to help? Which is a question I'll generally ask her. Say, well, I know it's kind of silly, but if you could try to, you know, compliment me more, give me some encouraging words more, I could use the encouragement right now. I would have a different kind of engagement with the idea than if it starts with, um, I'm mad at you, Eric, for the following inadequacies of yours, which is how it started. And I guess I'd feel a little bit better about the whole thing if it hadn't included, like, if you're going to make a discourse K that says Eric needs to discourse in these additional ways, then you shouldn't make a catastrophic discourse violation like saying you're going to leave me. But I get they were just said in the heat of the moment and stuff. I don't know. I still think it's mostly all just dopamine crush and that we're making a mountain out of a molehill. Oh, molehills. Your tendency to turn into mountains is appalling. It's less about the things you do and more about things someone else needs, whether or not you think those needs are big or small. No, I get that, Alec. Uh, and I'd like to say that I make a substantial effort to apply that kind of platinum rule thing and think about what Rachel wants and needs and not what I would want and need. I'm always happy to give her reassurance of the about the permanence of the relationship and other kinds of things that she might want reassurance about. I do try to facilitate her getting the stuff she wants, even if I don't think it's something that she needs per se. I don't know. It's also harder to prioritize that sort of nuanced caring about the other and in moments when one feels as though the partner has treated them rather unfairly or shabbily, as I've said. You sounded so angry I wanted to leave. I sounded angry? I mean, I didn't sound angry. I've not sounded angry for 1 minute of this entire live stream. You're having trouble feeling positive about the marriage. Okay, I get that. You you're probably having trouble feeling positive about anything at the moment. People show up differently every day. Sometimes you get 100%, other times you can only get 50% on a given day. It's good to talk about what kind of day it is for someone. If it's not a 100% day, the interactions are going to feel differently, go differently. It's a good point. Oh, I get angry plenty, but not at Rachel. And every once in a long while, I'll get mad at Rachel, but uh, Rachel and I don't need anger to communicate. Have I heard of Tai Chi? Yep. It's that, like, martial arts dancing thing that Chinese old people do in the park. Maybe just relative to what I grew up with my family on both sides tends to get angry. My aunt one time went blind with rage. Eric knows how lucky he is to have Rachel in his life. He feels love for her that is not easy to communicate expressively, especially for an SI type. Well, and also for FI polar. SI4 may have something to do with that, but absolutely, I love Rachel. I do feel lucky to have her. I tell her all the time that she's critical to my well-being. That I'd be lost without her. It's going to be a quick bottle of Adderall. We've kind of benched it pretty good this time, so I'll be right there with her in Sadness Town soon enough. I'm unlikely to feel bad about the relationship during that time, but um, I I know it's gonna suck. You must treat your bond like a closed thermodynamic system. Periodically release your core virtues as waste heat to prevent the mutual entropy of actually knowing each other. Yeah, well, I'm not I'm not worried about Rachel and I actually knowing each other. That's fine. When you tell me how critical I am of you, I remember it's true. Well, you know, I'm easy to criticize if you wanted to. There's a lot of stuff that one can critique about me. I fail in many ways. Like one of the great ironies of life is that hating yourself is a way to fail, which of course makes you hate yourself. Just to add on to all the other things, right? It's like, so because I suck in these various ways, I hate myself. And accordingly, then I shouldn't hate myself because I should instead not suck in those various ways. And thus, hating myself is another failure, justifies further hating myself. But that's life in the big city. You reap what you sow. But I don't want to reap what I've sown. Too bad, Eric. Reap away. Mrs. Mom said, I've never seen a marriage that didn't go through rough patches. The thing is to try to pull a punch. When the rough patch is smoothed over, no one, and that includes the chat, Should have thrown a damaging punch. Right, right. I do my best to pull punches as much as I can. I try to not really have punches at all, but sometimes, you're making points. It's going to be uh, oppositional to what the other person is saying. I've hit some real rough patches in my life. It's been emotional, awe invoking, character changing. I nearly lost myself for a while. I mean, really nearly lost myself in the soy sauce. Yeah, I feel you there. It's like last night I had a bunch of broccoli. I put a little soy sauce on it. I tried it and I was like, that's not nearly enough. I put more soy sauce on it. Marriage is like a boat. You're both in, and the rough patches of the storm don't rock the boat. You want people to be better off for having interacted with you than not. So, what can you do or say to someone to make that true? And the answer will depend on what that person wants or needs from you. Right. But it's also the case, Alec, that there are certain ways in which you can provide for others potentially something that's helpful. And it's also the case that only some people need that kind of thing provided. So it's never going to be the case that what somebody needs from me is, see, to be able to run a 6 minute mile. I'm never going to be able to provide that for them because, oh, hell no. Right? It'd be physically impossible. The same thing is true intentionally, kind of. Uh, like when I ask Rachel to try to know what's so about us by referencing her experience rather than by referencing some external standard that every good relationship is supposed to meet, and seeing then if our relationship meets every aspect of that standard. It doesn't matter how much she understands, or I point out that she should actually reference our actual relationship and see if I mistreat her in some way or whatever. She's not really able to shift attentional gears like that because SI is her most unconscious function. So it's not always the case that people can meet another person's needs because sometimes the other person's needs might involve something like that. We should do mushrooms together. Rachel is not really a super fan of mushrooms, and and I understand why because she gets unpredictable results from mushrooms. Sometimes she has bad experience. Okay, that's why you should only take 10 to 20 milligrams a day, just enough to elevate mood. The mushrooms, I would not want to take a little bit, really, ever, but certainly not every day because the way mushrooms work, that little bit will do a little something to you the first day. It won't do anything the second, third, and fourth, and whatever day because it's got this extremely steep tolerance curve thing. Yeah, there's cognitive bias. You'll be clear on your end if the other person's best interests are part of your best interests. I hear you that some expectations or standards don't feel doable or right for the relationship. Fair enough. Johnny Cats, why not promote a couple of tequila shots every day? Have you considered a DMT breakthrough? I've gave it my best effort, but I've never had this so-called breakthrough. I have had very like strong DMT experiences, but as far as according to DMT people, there's this clear, bright line of a DMT experience that you'll know when you've crossed it. It represents DMT breakthrough. Where one sees machine elves and so forth, and well, I don't. I'm, as far as I can tell, if there is some clear, bright line that I would know if I crossed it, I must not have crossed it. But I've certainly hit the DMT hard before. I've broken through. You tried rolling with some herb, a bit of ket before helps. Oh, we don't have any ketamine or DMT, unfortunately. It would be nice if we did, but I tried that, Casey Jones. I tried hitting the shit out of it. Paracetamol rocks my world. To break through, you need to smoke DMT with your butt. That's the problem. We didn't smoke it with our butts. We should have. What were we thinking? What time is the football game come on? I'm feeling tired already. It's kind of exhausting dealing with this emotionally vivid stuff. Is that a good way to say it? Oh my god, that's so emotionally vivid. Starts at 4:30 p.m. That's 1 hour from now. The next USC game is 14-4 USC. That's the men's team playing against Northwestern Wildcats at 8 p.m. on the Big Ten Network at USC. All right. And as you see here, 14-4. They're only 3-4 in conference though, so we're right in the middle of the pack when it comes to the Big Ten. Hopefully we'll beat Northwestern. We lost to Purdue. That was a close game at least. We got whooped by Michigan and Michigan State. I don't remember who our other loss was to. Your mom? No, it wasn't your mom. It's exhausting because you care about it. No, I don't think we're fighting anymore. I think it's fine. Is it the men's World Cup this year or the women's? You considered learning to do a backflip? No. My mate Paul with the second thumb and third nipple learned in a year, and now he's crazy money off people betting he can't. Wow, that sounds like a good career for him. You know, I'm glad that there's so much money to be made in that field. I've indicated before that I would like the following. I want there to be a store that I open where I sit at a desk, and it's called Eric's Wrongness Correcting Store. And people come in, they tell me what they think, and I tell them it's wrong because of meow, 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 and they pay me like $200. I don't think that we've both apologized, and I, whether we moved on or not, it's like that's fine. We moved on for the moment, but it'll probably get discussed some more at some point. Start a GoFundMe. I'll give you $5 for your real homie. And you see the shop. Well, what I'm saying is, I want there to be a world where there's a, there's a market for that, like where people want to know what's correct or what's wrong with what they say, and come and pay me to fix it. Who's gonna win the World Cup? It's the men's World Cup. Uh, I'm gonna say the winner will be Spain. Bum 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 bum. Have you ever thought it was a social instinct and not a sexual in socionics? Um, no, not really. Social is, I guess, probably second. But I guess it's, I don't know. I identify more with the SX, but I guess it's possible. It's true that when I was younger, in general, I was more social, but it's not true that, well, it's like I've been with somebody who was social, and they had a very different attitude about how the relationship fit in with the group than I did. 5 days after the draw came out, Spain is all the way into the plus 400 favorite. So I picked the team that's the favorite. Um, the streams, need for discourse, plural context, social time. Well, I certainly am a social creature, like anybody else, right? Um, Rachel gets part of her socializing by calling various people, you know, on a regular basis. She'll call her relatives, her aunts, or her mom, or her dad, and she'll call her friends, and her, and and or do video conference, watch TV shows together thing with them. That doesn't mean that her instinctual variant is SO. And yeah, it's true that engaging with the community is an important part of my life. But the thing is, that's true for everybody, right? Everybody needs to spend some time by themselves, sometimes with one other person, and sometimes in a group. And people have different kind of ratios or balance of those times as they feel, as they prioritize them in life, or as there are different ratios that make them happier in life. But it's also the case that the instinctual variant is going to be you're going to have one instinctual variant regardless of the fact that you will have all three of these going on, and that one of these might be prioritized more. It's not necessarily the same one as this thing. So, like, I could be very social, like socializing more than I like, uh, more than I spend time with myself or just by my partner with my partner. But that still doesn't necessarily mean that I'm understanding the relationship as being subsumed by the group thing. So, like, what I mean by that is different people are in different situations in life. Some of them have large families, for example. So, and it's going to be more likely that engagements with the significant other are going to occur also in the context of the larger group. Like when Rachel and I got together, I already had talking with famous people going on. It's unsurprising that our relationship exists in a world where this group activity is still prioritized by me. But that doesn't mean I treat the relationship um, as like subsumed by the group stuff because basically I can see the relationship in a way where I keep us separate and we live in separate places and we're both self sufficient. That's SP. I can see the relationship as it's just the two of us, baby. We're a team fighting it out together here in life. Or I can see the two of us as um like we're a we're a part of this group of people first and foremost, and the relationship uh has to function as an as a thing inside that group. Like, um, of course, you have to go to me with this thing. We're Eric and Rachel, not just Eric. That would be like SO, you know. Steve Billings, Schmeeve Millings. One would say that might suggest SOSX stacking, both are important, but they are ordered as such. We are part of this group of people first and foremost, and the relationship has to function inside that thing. That would be SO, right? Whereas we're we are in this group. We're both in this group, and um, it's true that we're in a relationship in this group, but we don't necessarily function as partners within this group. Like Rachel sometimes live streams by herself. I live stream by myself, and and it's not like it's more like we're both part of the same group than our relationship is part of the group. Rachel and I were both part of this group before we got together. You want to merge, huh? No, I agree with you that like this is an example of us as partners making the relationship part of the group or subsumed by the group in some regard because we're including everybody in this process. But that doesn't represent the well, it's like I don't see the boat as bigger than me and Rachel. So, when I say like a relationship is a boat and you need your partner to stay in the boat to help you row and so forth, I don't think of, I think of that boat as very independent of the community or anything else, really. And while it's true that I would be lost without the community, and I'm not sure how that would go, but that's not something I ever really even think about. Whereas I know and tell Rachel plenty of times that I'd be completely lost without her because she's the one in the boat. Part of my bisexual background is loving bees. Apologizes for inadvertent sexual undertones in the Bee movie, acknowledging the lack of appropriateness for children. Wait, no, please, I have not seen this movie yet of the Bee. Do not tell me the story, I ask. Okay, I won't. Yes, he does say that. I'm not sure what that's referring to, but have we seen the Bee movie? No, we've not. Not even heard of the Bee movie. I feel a little bit down like a clown. Tired. I should go take a nap or whatever. Oh yeah, I do say that a lot. It is true. It's a sad thing to think about. Try not to think about it too much. Is there really such a movie? A movie about bees? Wuthering Heights? I guess I should maybe eat a little something. It seems like not a terrible idea. I could eat a little something, then maybe I'll wrap up the stream. I'm not sure. I have this sense like if when I turn off the stream, then I'll just be like, and then I'll just feel sad and stuff, and not really have anything to do except watch some TV. Like a big fatty McStatter sense. Hmm. The Wonderful World of Broccoli. HHEMY app. Well, guys, I did it. I ate some broccoli. Eating food, taking a shower, going for a walk, and taking a nap are all nice things to do when in a low mood. Yeah. It would be nice. I like tea. As if I could always feel amazing. Wouldn't that be cool? Where I wake up every morning, I'm just like, oh my God. Once again, I feel amazing. I'm going to go out there and kill it today. Every achievement and the glorious experience of being me. And then tomorrow's going to be the same. It's going to be another unbelievably fantastic day. Yeah. Like, it's conceivable that in order to attain this, I'd have to feel ever better every single day, even better than the day before. So otherwise, I wouldn't be amazed by how great I felt. That's some 7 shit. Maybe 7 is an enneagram reference to a person whose relationship with fear is to avoid it, bury their head in the sand. I don't have that much serotonin to wake up smiling, but some people do. You might not be built to feel constantly awesome, but you have the capacity to feel nice or pleasant. I do. Have the capacity to feel nice or pleasant. All right. Select pleasant. Oh, wow. That was a lot easier than I expected. Look at me. Feeling so pleasant. Everyone's like, hey, Eric, you seem happy. You seem like you're feeling pleasant. You and your soy sauce. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to refill this cup of coffee. I'm going to stir it up. Thanks. How kind of you. 3 British pounds. Pound sterling. Sometimes called the world's currency. We can also override the day's doubts. If someone asks, are we going to have a good day? What's stopping us from saying definitely? Well, nothing's stopping us from saying definitely. But it's also true that even if we say definitely, we might be wrong. We might say definitely, and then the day just turns into like the shittiest day ever. Like you say definitely, the next thing you do, you take a step right into a dog poop, and then after that, a car comes in the water next to the street and splashes it all on you. And then it's sort of other bad things happen too. And you're like, dag though, I should never have triggered that death flag by saying I was definitely gonna have a good day. I should have just said, I'll make an effort as best I can. Or yes, provided nothing out of my control that's bad happens. You want to make sure you're not anywhere where clowns run around and hit people in the face with pies, because that can make your day bad. Don't spend your day at the inconvenience and discomfort store, because that's a sure way to have a bad day. Sure, that could happen. It's not toxic positivity if you deliberately decide your next action is one that will bring good. But that's just called next steps. It's been a hard day, but this is what I'm going to do next. Cool. You do compliment me a lot, Rachel. That's true. What's going on? Hold on a second. I do, I do call her, you know, nicknames like that quite often, but I'm not sure what's going on upstairs. Hold on. I don't know, Rachel. Well, I don't know what that sound was. It wasn't Rachel. She was just chilling in bed. Seems totally fine. I could look outside. Anyway, Rachel, I do fairly often call you things like, you know, pudding dumpling of the Chinese way or something. I do come up with some nicknames. It is very reasonable of you to expect me to use my extroverted intuition to come up with various titles for you. Maybe I've fallen off from that a bit. You know, you could see calling showing you molten delight. And you have the situation that happens when you have so much delight packed in so tightly that the pressure causes it to become white hot and melt. Or sometimes I should start calling Rachel Funky Cold Medina because people don't reference that very often anymore. It's just my funky cold Medina. For what percent of you is that your favorite song? Feels like you're about to start rapping with those comments. Oh, maybe I'll start rapping when I go inside for a little bit. Smiggity, this smuggity, with my libbity lips. Show um, like, you mean like hugging her or something? Is that what you're talking about, Willis? Bibbity bobbity. You say bibbity, and I say bobbity, bibbity, bobbity, bibbity boo. Pull up real fast. Skirt, skirt. Into pom pom always coming, leave, last leaving my mark. For some people, it's complimenting style, dress, personality, or humor. Show like can look different for nearly every person. Well, I think Rachel and I probably agree that I show like most by acts of service, you know, cooking for her or cleaning up around her stuff, like her trash, get her take her trash out, or you know, let's say she having trouble logging into something, that kind of stuff. And the other kind of way that I show her I love her is just spending time with her and um, you know, wanting her to come along with me to go to things. And I don't know, I don't think a whole lot about that kind of stuff, you know. I am operating under the assumption that the relationship is good, that we're at peace and there to support each other and help each other. And I'm not really trying to evaluate it according to some metric, you know. If I show like right now, I'd say that I like writing to you and I love you. Read my messages aloud and respond to them politely or thoughtfully or a great conversationalist. I see. So you're showing me that you like me. And I probably show you that I like you in the same way and say something like, you know, I appreciate what you have to say, and I do. I think you have good insight. You know and talk about things that I don't really know and talk about so much, so it's helpful to me, and that it's not in conflict with what I'm saying. It's just like a perspective that helps add to the thing. So I do the same thing. And maybe I don't reciprocate enough with Rachel when she says something, but I think she also would say that I reciprocate a lot more than I initiate, and that might be a part of the problem. Chosen one is imposter. The Lord is here. What about a nice macaroni necklace? Now there's a solution. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? 5 chords. I'm. It's about staying present to the feeling you're currently having about a given person. If you feel enjoyment rising up, you can pause and name it for that person, make them feel good. I'll try to remember that. At times like these, I feel the mirage of the relationship. I mean, I don't you think? Okay, well, I don't know. I don't really want to be the one always arguing that the relationship is good, getting pushed back, you know. What's the topic today? Well, the topic is very much turned into discussion of relationships, how one might treat one's partner, and love languages, expectations, etc. And it's also somewhat been about moods, dopamine levels. It's, I guess, expressly been somewhat about how to communicate in a relationship in ways that are effective and protect the other person while still communicating what you need to communicate. You missed the evolution hours lyrics. We did talk about evolution for some period of time as well. Um, he again says, like for me in regards to rejection, my work laid me out Friday, called me back today, now I resent them, but tomorrow will be a new day. Fair enough. Regarding the evolution topic, I just it came up. I don't remember exactly how, but I was presented with the argument that there must be some kind of religious bias moving me in favor of negating evolution. But there's absolutely not, because I don't think the creation is an explanation or intelligent design. If those were explanations, there'd be like, some archaeological data showing that super advanced alien species come and they left behind some kind of genetic like gene making, species creating machine or something, then that would be fine as an explanation. But that would still not explain where life in general came from. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of rapping because you guys deserve it. That's why. Also, this goes hand in hand with the new book I've been reading entitled How to Save Your Marriage Through Rapping. I do talk about stuff like that. Nog. On the regular. Talk about cognitive functions a lot if you don't know anything about those. It's a very powerful lexicographical tool in terms of understanding consciousness and other kinds of philosophy stuff. Techno party. A little fast. It's time to rap. Are you ready? Let's go, let's go, let's rap. But when you're in your house and you're feeling sad, your wife is mad and you're not feeling glad, it's time right then to rap. That's how you know you're gonna feel yourself, be free of all that crap because you're rapping. And everybody says, are you out there trapping animals so you can harvest their fur? No, I'm rapping, ma'am or sir. Are you out there harvesting animals for fur? I said, no, I'm rapping now, ma'am or sir. I'm rapping. So if you're feeling blue, you could rap too. You could talk about your feelings, feeling sad and blue. You could talk about your feelings and what you want to do. And maybe then you will feel better after a while. best way to get in the head of the right way to be in relationship is to rap. You gotta R-A-P, you gotta rap. Don't be scared now, Jack. You know what you gotta do. You gotta say words that rhyme. You're saying 1, 1, 2, right in time with the beat. And then you rap it like you were walking with your feet. And you'll see just how great it can be as a therapeutic tool to rap. First you talk about the first thing that you talk about, then you talk about the second thing you talk about, then you're rapping. That's sure you do know what it's all about. It's rapping. You gotta mix up the flow, go real slow, make big spots in between words. Then they know you could do different things, and they'll be like, wow, that guy's got such rapping chops. Look at him, I bet he's not ever called a bad rapper by anybody named Scott. Why would Scott say that? Scott's got a lot of good taste in things, and he knows what he hears when Eric sings or when he raps. That's true. He goes, I bring my money to you because I want to pay you for these raps. Okay, there we go. That's a rapping song. It's called Rap, Rap, Ribbity Rap. What you doing, Little Joe? That's what it's called. Get out of here. Get out of here. What you doing? Get out of here. You want to say all those things. Well, get out of here. You want to tell me all those things. I say, get out of here. You tell me what to do, but I tell you you're too big for your britches too, so you better get out of here. You need to get out of here. Once you came in, the room was too crowded. You need to get out of here. I don't want that kind of stuff here from you. You better get out of here. If you don't get out of here, you'll still be here, and I don't want you in here. You better get out of here. What you saying about the proof of that thing? You say it proves God, but do you even know how to sing hymns in the church that explain anything? I don't think so. If you want to impress me with that, you better come around here with a much better understanding of how things work, how the argumentation plays out in the long term, sir, because I'm not buying any of that crap, and you know that it is very much a true fact that you need to get out of here. Just get out of here. You're too big for your britches. I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to dig dishes any further because you need to get out of here. You're still here. What you doing here? I thought I made it clear. You need to get out of here. Metaphorically, you could potentially stay, but I'm saying with that bad idea, you better get out of here. You're too big for your britches and you need to get out of here. Call that song Get Out of Here. You need to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? You need to get out of here. Uh-oh. Trouble's got me over here because look who's eating his food. I don't like it. Oh, you have your own food over here. If it's empty, I'll get you more food. But you should not eat truffles. I'll get you more. Hold on. Trouble does not like that, obviously, at all. There you go. You need to get out of here. That was kind of a catchy one that gets stuck in my head for a second. You want to see the cats, huh? Cat number 1, Capillo. This is what we sometimes call the good cat. Cat number 2, Trouble. So named because he is the bad cat. Oh yes, you're the very bad cat. But we love you anyway. Because we have love in our hearts, that's why. While I'm here, let me treat myself to a little bit of restorative Danish. I feel kind of, tapped out from the day's festivities here. Perhaps a bit of cheese Danish will help. Thank you for the compliments on my performance. I appreciate that. It is true that sometimes my songs are them making up on the fly like that are better than others. So good. So satisfying. So chewy and delicious. It was made by the finest of chew artisans. So good. But ever listen to drum and bass? Not really. I do listen to a lot of different stuff. I mean, I'll listen to anything that's good enough. This has all the flavor of 1,000 miracles. Plus 100 rainbows. Needless to say, that's a lot of flavor. Maybe a little more flavor than any human was ever meant to handle. It's like the flavor angel took a dump in my mouth. Any of you ever been visited by the flavor angel? bring flavor to all the good little boys and girls of the world. Mm-hmm. This cup is filled with soy sauce. Some people like to cut their soy sauce with a little bit of water, but it's straight soy sauce. I Love You by High Contrast. Huh? I Love You So by High Contrast. I'll give it a listen right now and see if it's, what I think about it at the gate. One problem that dance music in general has is a kind of a disadvantage is, or this rave music, whatever you want to call it, is that dance songs tend to be longer. You know, they're intended to empower a certain amount of dancing, I guess. All right, let me push mute and see. Beat's pretty cool. Not really sure I love the vocals. Not a huge fan of like old soul style stuff. But apparently, according to the internet, it's actually quite a successful track. Sigh, liquid drum and bass with soul samples. Huh. We're lost in the sauce. Ah. Well, I guess I'll end this stream now. And I think maybe I'll watch a cartoon, maybe watch a little bit of the national championship game, and then try to take a nap. So thanks a lot for being here. Love you all. See you again soon.